Yeah, how are you feeling?
I feel better.
Very good.
Tired. They have me on all sorts of steroids, so I feel.
Yeah.
Am I early?
You're fine. I tell students I don't normally open the doors until about 10 till.
Okay.
So you're perfect, right on time. You can go ahead and have a seat. There's no assigned seats.
Okay.
I know that one of these was we've got a full class, there's 14. So I know like one of these was open. So if you sit here, you won't really interfere with where everybody's been sitting, but there's no assigned seat.
I'll sit here because I like to see. Do I need it to have anything else with me?
No?
Okay, maybe I'll walk outside for a minute.
Do you have your blood pressure cuff and stuff?
I do, it's in my car.
You'll need it after break, because today we're gonna learn blood pressure.
Okay, yes, I do have it. I didn't put it together, so should I?
No, that's okay, we're gonna do that in class.
Okay, all right, I'll walk outside then for.
You're fine.
Thank you.
How was your weekend?
It was a lot.
It was a lot to read.
Yeah, I worked like Monday through Saturday and then study and then this. It's a lot. And then church is also, yeah.
God got us, girl.
Yeah.
We are children of the Most High. So, that's what I'm reading now, my scripture.
Oh, it's not on the right.
Good
Good morning.
morning.
How are you?
Good.
Here.
Oh, yeah. Thankful to be here.
Turn that binder.
Oh,
I can't stand not being able to. I'm not like, I can't do this electronically. I want to feel it. And so I just,
that was cool.
I just ripped it all of our home.
It makes a flashcard.
It makes a flashcards.
Go.
That's what's in the binder. These are great though. You know what? Here's what I get the real safe. Keep this like this in my pocket until I really know it. It tells you every step. I mean, my blog is written. My blog is not. It's a mess. I write everything in it, and highlight
Definitely.
and bond.
Oh,
No, between the name. This is the. Why?
and we, I want to
What's
say,
it? They just, I just.
but you will have that there this year.
No, I'm sure.
You will have to know it in that. In there.
But
I've been a system. Yeah, and I don't know what's going to taste. But there's gonna be a place out. I study all.
Yeah, this is more detailed.
It was, oh my God.
I did, I read them all. I even got Cheetos on the pages, my ladies. I wanna be out of uniform day. No, they're open at 10, but if you need, do you need something?
I wanted to get a shirt to wear, but it's okay.
Oh. Yeah, they'll be open in about an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just do all the reading. Stuff like that. You've not been here before? Oh, I'm sorry. I had memory then, huh? I wish. Oh, wow, you're now, we're very nice of you.
Good morning, Miss Trish.
Good morning.
Did you win the lottery?
No.
I should be standing here shooting.
I wouldn't.
I would. Yeah, that's kind of a sad thing. I love what I do, so even if I won the lottery, I'd still be here.
Yeah, but you have a better attitude about it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not gonna have a bad attitude to begin with. No, I would be a lot happier. Probably still be sitting. I would be too. But in this. Oh, no, I'd be so fast, but it would, I have a different outlook. Better on time than late, right? Hi, good morning, everybody. Yeah, we don't. It's even cold in here.
I know.
I appreciate it.
Me too.
Cause I'm always toasty.
Yeah, trying to find the right balance of temperature for a whole group of people is tough.
Oh,
Right. Good. Good morning. How is everybody this morning? This fine Monday. No, time change messes up my whole schedule. And it's I don't know. And it's not we tend to think in things of in terms of like our own country, but we're not the only country that does daylight savings. A lot of the other world countries also do daylight saving. We don't really think in those terms. So, if you're talking about doing away with daylight savings, that affects more than just our population because a lot of people, have international ties with business or family or things like that. So it's a little bit more problematic than just, I don't like the time change. And I don't like the time change. Good morning. Yeah. My dog, he has to, we have a rescue. He's adorable. I absolutely love him, but he's neurotic. And he's half beagle, half Australian shepherd. So that means he's super smart and extremely stubborn. So good luck to me. But he has to have a walk every day. And when I say a walk, I don't mean out in the yard. He won't go back up the driveway if you haven't clocked in a mile.
Yep.
Yeah. He is ridiculous. Yep. Now, I didn't know this. It wasn't in the brochure. This was trial and error that we figured out each other. But, his walk time is when the sun gets here because he doesn't know clock. The sun is here. It is walk time and he will not leave me alone. He will not. If I'm working at my desk, he will bug the what out of me until I get up and take him. I am just, he's neurotic.
At least you get sun. They don't care if the sun's out or not.
Really?
Sorry, I hope you didn't interrupt, but
Yeah.
dogs, man, they run my life.
Yeah. Yeah. So now it's like the most inconvenient time because I'm trying to finish stuff up before I make dinner. And he's like, no, it's walk time. Sun's here. Stop what you're doing. You're done. You are now done. So yeah, animals they're funny creatures. They really are. I love him to death. I'd never, ever trade him, but man. Yeah. True. All right, guys. So how was your weekend? Any questions on homework? Anything I can help you with? Any general questions? I warned you. They were long chapters.
Because I started to catch everything up.
Okay. So if you turn in your white book to page 132. Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Good morning. No, you're fine.
Spiral. I wasn't
Oh, okay. Yep. Yep. So you're going to read chapters for you to get caught up.
I did.
Okay. All right. So read chapter 1, 2, and 3, and then you'll see the tests in the spiral book or white book that associated. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me see how you guys did on your homework when I call your name. Just let me know what your grade was, or if you didn't compute your grade, you can tell me how many you missed. Oh, I'm sorry. So all of you guys, let me talk about this first. I put this up here to remind me. You guys should be getting emails, wrap-up emails after each class. You guys getting the wrap-up emails? Okay. Now I went in and verified. So when the two of you that were having trouble getting the emails, I actually went into my email program and verified we do have it typed in correctly. So you're going to need to check your spam folder, promotions folder, kind of check all over your email, because I do have it exactly the way you gave it to me. I do have it in there. There's no typos or anything. So you should be getting wrap-up emails. Those of you online that are joining us from YouTube world, you can also get these wrap-up emails. And these wrap-up emails have a link to the replay for that day's lesson. So what I'm doing right now, you'll be able to replay. But it also has links to different videos and resources and things that we have discussed in class. Good morning. So those of you in YouTube world, you have access to those as well. Just go to foryourcna.com/YouTube live class, and you can sign up for those emails as well. All right, so your homework, you were supposed to read chapter 2 and 3 in the blue book and take the tests on page 133 and 134 in the white book or spiral book. And that's what I'm collecting now are the grades. So this is going to be on page 133 and 134. Kathleen Swanson. Madeline.
I'm checking.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Samira. For both. Thank you. Simmery. For both. Shelley.
95.
For both, or just for the first one?
First one. I'll tell
Okay.
you in a minute.
All right. Taylor. Thank you. Nicole. Thank you. Joe. Okay. Hillary. Hillary, do you have chapter 1 for me? Somehow I missed it. Page 132.
100.
Thank you. Denise. Okay. Okay, thank you. Catherine T.
That I have to make up.
Okay, no problem. Bree.
85 for chapter 2. I did not finish chapter 3, so I have that for you.
No problem. Kathy Watson.
Second one I got in, the first one was 95.
Thank you. And Lance.
85 for the first one, check this.
Okay, and when you get a chance, I also need chapter 1 as well. Somehow I missed that. Okay, remind me of your name. Denise, thank you. I'm sorry. All right, got it. Okay, I'll come back to this at the end of class and we'll get that caught up. All right, any questions on what you missed? Anything that I don't know why I got the right answer, or why was my answer not as good as the right one, or anything like that? Anybody have any questions? All right. You probably read in the blue book that it requires 75 hours of training to be a CNA. And if you added up the hours that were in here, you'll notice it's not 75 hours. So how does that work? Well, Florida is unique. Florida decided not to follow that federal law for whatever reason. I don't understand the politics involved or how this came to be. But Florida is the only state that does not abide by that federal rule. Now, I understand the overall reason for this because most people retire to Florida. I mean, it's just kind of what you do, right? Everybody's trying to get to Florida in retirement, which means that we have a much larger population of elderly individuals. And those elderly individuals over time are going to need care, which means that Florida, because of an elderly population, needs a whole lot more CNAs than most other states. That make sense? because established classes, 75-hour classes that are taught by an RN, they're very expensive. You guys would have paid probably about $1,000 to $1,200 for an approved program. Most of you don't have that. That would have honestly, sorry, I forgot to turn that off. Most of you probably wouldn't have signed up. You would have picked a different career. So that means that we would be short a whole lot of CNAs. So there's a reason that Florida allows challengers. Now, I don't know how we got out of the federal part. That part I don't know, that politics. But I understand the reason why. We have a bigger need. Therefore, we have to have an easier path. Does that make sense? So Florida is the only state that doesn't require that 75 hours, and that could impact you. It's not going to impact you on testing. You're going to finish a class, you're going to test, you're going to become a CNA, you're going to work in Florida, and there's no problem there. But when you try to move to another state, this may come up. If you try to move to Tennessee, they're going to say, hey, we need transcripts from your school. Well, this is a test prep. This doesn't count. So Tennessee is going to say, I'm sorry, you're going to have to start over. Now, if you want to move to New York, New York's going to say, no problem, fill out this form, do a little background check, pay a little fee. You're good to go in our book. So every state is going to handle this a little bit differently. You need to figure out what the requirements are in the state you're wanting to move to before you move. Okay. Now on my website, main website for yourcna.com, I have a list of all of the Board of Nursing contact information for every state out there. Don't think that Tennessee is picking on you unfairly, though, because Tennessee doesn't approve anybody's. If you want to go to Tennessee, you're going to have, it doesn't matter where you're coming from. You have to start over. They're pretty picky. They want you trained their way. So kind of work that into your budget if you decide that, you know, you want to move to that area. Tennessee's kind of a narrow state. You may be able to work in a different bordering state, though. You know, just because you live somewhere doesn't mean you have to work there. Oh, Tennessee is beautiful. All right.
I have a question on chapter 3.
Yes.
5.
Can you read the question to me?
The following is not normal sign of aging.
Okay. All right. So you have to understand that what you consider normal is going to be skewed based on the population you're working with, things that you see. Like if I see something all the time, I'm going to consider that normal, whether it is or not on a larger scale, doesn't matter. That's what my brain is going to consider normal. Does that make sense? Okay. If I live in an area with a lot of mobile homes, I'm going to think that most communities are structured like that, right? Because that's my experience. Well, if you work with the elderly, you might consider incontinence to be a normal sign of aging, but it's not. If I go across the street to the big housing development in this gated community right across the street, something like 2,000 homes over there. Okay, I'm not talking about the assisted living up front. I'm talking about the housing development. They drive their little golf carts. They play bridge. They have tennis. They have a clubhouse. They socialize. It's a great thing. Now, if I went door to door and knocked on doors and said, hey, are you incontinent? Hey, are you incontinent? Are you incontinent? Are you incontinent? The vast majority of them are going to say, no, I'm living my best life. Now, if I went to the assisted living facility right up front and knocked on those doors, I'm going to get a whole lot more yeses. Does that make sense? Because of the patient population that we're working with. These are patients that are ill or have declined because of their lifespan. Therefore, they're going to have more medical conditions, including incontinence. People living in their houses, living their best life, they may not have any medical conditions at all. They might be 92, take no pills, and play tennis every day. Now, we don't see those people because they don't need us, right? We see the people that need us. So because we see those people, we tend to define normal by our experience, not what's actually normal. Does that make sense? It's important to understand that because when you're in healthcare, a lot of times we do this. I mean, we don't even really realize that we do it. And we tend to think, oh, all people are fill in the blank. And that's a dangerous mindset because if we start to think like that, we start to overlook changes because we think that that's just normal. If it's a change in the patient, it's by very definition not normal. Make sense? So incontinence, which is probably what you chose, is not normal. Thin, dry skin, oh, that's normal. We're actually going to talk about that today. That is really normal. Really normal. And we're actually going to cover that in just a few minutes. Any other questions? Any others? Yes.
Just out of curiosity. In the event of a fire, what is your first action?
Oh, okay. This is one of my favorite questions. And I really should do a slide on this. Make a note. Somebody make a note. I need to do a slide on this. Make a note. My assistant, she's listening. All right, guys. So let me explain fire. This is a really, really, really big topic. And that's because in a facility, most of your patients aren't going to be able to rescue themselves. Now, if a fire broke out in this room, you guys could pick a door and get out all by yourself. You would not need my help. I don't have to bundle you up in a wheelchair to get you out. You would exit quickly, hopefully orderly, but very quickly, right? You're out. But in a clinical setting, our patients are not independent. That means they need our help. So in the event of emergency, we have to know what to do right away. We don't have time to go to a bookshelf, find the policy and procedure manual, look up what to do in the event of a fire, and then go do that. There's no time for that. So when it comes to emergencies, especially fire emergencies, you've got to be able to act immediately. Think later. Act immediately. And the first thing that we want to do is get the patients out of the same place as the fire. Those two things can never be together. Patients and fire don't mix. So I don't care if it's just a little wisp of smoke in a trash can that you think you've got under control. A patient cannot be in the same place as a fire. Period. So what's the very first thing you got to do? Get them out. Absolutely. Remove the patients. So we have a whole process that we're going to follow here for fires that you don't have to think about. It should be automatically ingrained in your brain. This is what we do. And to remember this, it's RACE. We're going to race the fire. RACE. So R is for remove the patient. We got that part. A is for alarm, because if you're going to play firefighter, somebody should know you're playing firefighter so we can get the real firefighters to come help. Okay, so A is alarm. You got to let somebody know. Now, that may be pulling the fire alarm. It may be calling the switchboard at your facility because they trigger the fire alarm. It could be yelling down the hallway to the charge nurse, call the fire alarm, but you got to let somebody know. We're going to alarm. So rescue first, always first, then alarm. Then once we've done those two, we got the patients out of the room, we've let somebody know. Now we want to try to keep that fire in its place. We're going to contain it or control it or close the door. Pick your word, but C is for one of those. Contain, control, close the door. Now, that's the reason for that is because healthcare settings are constructed differently than other settings. Healthcare settings are constructed. Have you ever been in a hospital or a nursing home? About halfway down the hallway, they've got these great big doors. They're always propped open, but they're big, heavy doors. Well, in the event of a fire, when a fire alarm is triggered, those doors automatically close. Those are fire rated doors. It blocks off that entire section. Now, that means that the fire that's in that section is confined. It can't move past. It can't go above because of metal structures. It can't go below because of concrete. It can't go to the sides, and it can't exit that section. We have literally sequestered that fire in that section. It can't go anywhere. It can burn out. It can. But as long as there's no patients in there, they can rebuild. That's fine. We want to confine the fire to this one area. If we don't confine the fire, where's it going to go? Yeah, everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. We don't want that. That is a bad day on the farm. Okay. So we want to contain that fire. So in most cases, this means if it's in a room or in a supply closet, close the door. Contain it. Buy yourself some time. Now, if you've done all that, you've removed the patients, you've activated the alarm, you've closed the door. Now, if you think that this fire is something you can control, and you've got a fire extinguisher handy, and you've been trained to use it, then you can go try to play firefighter while you wait on the other people to get there. That's okay. But understand that's last. There's a whole lot that has to happen first. Right? That's last. Everybody go with that? RACE. We're going to rescue, alarm, contain, and extinguish. Now, you should know that, like, you should be able to dream that. You need to know it like the back of your hand, because when it comes to an emergency in a clinical setting, there is no time to think about, oh, what comes first? I can't remember. What do I do next? RACE. You need to know it. Now, they help you out because on the back of every ID badge in every clinical setting is RACE, rescue, alarm, contain, extinguish. It tells you exactly what to do. Now, there's a reason for that. Every 2 years, your facility is going to have a JCA or Joint Commission inspection. Every 19 months, your facility is going to have a state inspection. So that means on average, once a year, bigwigs are showing up. And these inspectors are looking at a lot of different things. But one of the main things they're looking at is safety, because they know that these patients can't rescue themselves. So any employee, I don't care if you're a painter, a groundskeeper, a radiology tech, a CNA, a dietary aide, doesn't matter. If you work at the facility, they can stop you in the hallway and ask you, what is the first thing you do if you see a fire? And if you don't answer that correctly, the facility is fined $10,000. So it's absolutely okay to go, look on my badge, rescue. That's what I do. That's what it says. And that's perfect. No problem. Okay. You don't have to be able to recite it from memory. You can read it off your badge, but it is that important, because the number one risk to patients in a clinical setting is an emergency with ill-equipped staff. Now, if you work, everybody needs to know fire safety. That makes sense. But if you work in geographic areas where we have other natural disaster issues, like in the Midwest, we have tornadoes. And there was a tornado last year that knocked a hospital off its foundation. That's a pretty big deal. Now, have you ever seen a hospital? Oh, they're beautiful buildings, man. The architects, they like a lot of light. They put a ton of windows in these things. It is like walls of glass, which probably isn't the best idea in a tornado area. Because if you're in a tornado area and you are in a wall of glass, we probably need to protect those patients. So you would have specialized steps you would have to take in the event of a tornado. So you'll have additional safety measures to take in those areas. If you work in an area where earthquakes are common, we're going to have safety steps to take for earthquakes. So every setting is going to have some specialized emergency training. But the common one for all of them is fire. Let me tell you a story about why this is important. So years and years ago, there was a male CNA. He was relatively new. I'd only been on the job for about 6-8 months, and he was very, very good at his job. And on this particular day, he's walking down the hallway and he smells smoke, cigarette smoke. Somebody is sneaking a cigarette somewhere. And as he's walking down the hallway, he's kind of glancing in rooms. And as he walks by one, he realizes, oh, wait a minute, I'm going to back up here, because he sees the guy sitting there next to the trash can. And the guy had seen him, the patient had seen him walk and he didn't want to get lectured. So he threw the cigarette in the trash can. Now, in healthcare, we use a lot of paper towels. They're all in the trash can. The cigarette caught the paper towels, and it's just small. Barely, it wasn't even a fire. Just a tiny bit of smoke as the paper towels kind of caught, smoldered. Wasn't even a fire, really more of a smolder, right? So this CNA is like, oh, I told you can't smoke in here. Let me know. I'll take you out, lectures patient. And he goes down to the end of the hallway, grabs the fire extinguisher, and comes back in the room. So we've got a patient sitting in a wheelchair beside a bed, trash can full of paper towels, smoldering. And right next to him is a roommate in bed on oxygen. So this CNA grabs the fire extinguisher, pulls the pin, takes the nozzle and puts it down into the trash can and squeezes the trigger. He wants to put the fire out, the smoldering embers. But the problem is the trash can is a confined space. When you put pressurized anything into a confined space, whatever's in that space is coming up and out. So now we've got smoldering paper towels all over the room, including landing on the guy who's in bed on oxygen. Now, oxygen is interesting. When you have oxygen it's not going to explode, but it does support flame. Okay, it's flammable, not combustible. But when you have oxygen on, that thin plastic tubing right here in the nose that delivers the oxygen, that oxygen doesn't just go inside you. It actually, if you took an infrared photo, it actually creates a cloud around your head because oxygen is dense. So I want you to think about this patient with this cloud of oxygen around his head, and smoldering paper towels land on him. So the oxygen caused the paper towels to ignite. The heat was so bad that it melted the plastic cannula. And this went from bad to really, really, really bad. Now, the problem here is that he didn't follow the process. If he had moved those two patients out of the room and then tried to put the fire out, what happened wouldn't have affected anybody. We have to follow the process. It's there for a reason. is to keep our patients safe. Now, if you think this doesn't hardly ever happen, the hospital right down the road in Hudson, the big hospital right down the road in Hudson, their AC units caught on fire about 4 years ago, and they had to evacuate the entire hospital because they didn't know where the fire was. It was coming through every AC vent. So they actually emptied that hospital, the entire hospital, in less than 15 minutes. Kudos to them. But they had a team of people that knew the process and worked together to ensure the safety of the patients. That's a good thing. There were no injuries. It went very smoothly. They found the problem. They fixed the problem. Everybody got to go back. It was a good example of how things work together and what we're supposed to do. Now, why should we care? Well, on the test, on the written test, you're going to have 60 multiple choice questions. I told you that there's 5 categories on the test. You guys remember that? I told you each category has a certain amount of questions. That's all true. What I didn't tell you was that there are 2 or 3 questions on the state exam that are called critical concept questions. Now, a critical concept question means it's not enough to get the right answer. You have to avoid the wrong one. Because if you choose the wrong answer, it's an automatic fail. So a critical concept question for this would be, you notice a small fire burning at the side of a patient's bed in a trash can. What is your first action? If you chose extinguish the fire, you failed the test because you're extinguishing the fire with the patient still in place. Does that make sense? So there are a few questions, a very few, but there are some questions that if it puts the patient's life in immediate jeopardy because the answer that you chose, it is an automatic fail. Make sense? And I'm okay with that because if I'm the patient in the bed and I have to rely on you to keep me safe because I can't in the event of an emergency, I want to make sure that you're not actively going to put my life at risk. I'm okay with that. Now, my ebook, anybody get my ebook yet? Anybody download my ebook? Did you? Go onto my main website, foryourcna.com. It's right there at the top. It's super easy to get. It's free. Just put you're already in the system, guys. So don't worry about giving me your name and email because I send you these emails every day or, after class. Put your name and email up there and I'll send you the ebook. And that ebook talks to you about those critical concept questions. Okay. And I give you lots of examples. So that ebook is there to help you on the written test. Good. That ebook is really, really, really helpful. All right. So RACE for safety. Any other questions on the homework? No other questions? Sure, absolutely. All right, let's take a moment to review because the weekend, some things may have fallen out. So let's take a moment to review what we learned in class last week. So we performed the skill as directed on the care plan. We want to follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and absolutely nothing but the care plan. If you think the care plan should say something and it doesn't, what do? Yeah, ask the nurse. Hey, we are brushing this guy's teeth. Probably needs to have his teeth brushed. Is that something you want me to do? I need to know. Can we decide and just do it ourselves? Why? We don't know anything. Yeah, we don't know anything. So we can't make decisions. We need to clear it with the nurse. So we should always be working as a team with our nurses. While we're doing those skills, as indicated on the care plan or through the nurse, we're going to observe for any what? Changes, pain, any abnormalities, anything that makes you go, Because if your mind picked it up, the nurse needs to know about it. And this can be really, really minute. If you've got a patient who is sleeping more than normal, you might think to yourself, oh, they're just tired. But that actually could be a sign of a septic bacterial infection that we haven't caught. It could be a sign of a worsening mental state. It could be a sign of increased intracranial pressure. It could be a sign of blood chemistry changes. It could be a sign of a lot of it. It may not be as simple as they're just sleeping a little bit more. If you notice it, you need to say it. Okay. And then what do we do with observations? Report them to the nurse. Yeah. Not the other CNAs on the hall. You shouldn't be gossiping about the patients in the break room. Oh my gosh, that lazy so-and-so, he's sleeping all the time. He won't let me do anything to him. I can't brush his teeth. I can't change him. I can't change his bed. He is just so late. That is not the conversation you should be having, and it shouldn't be happening with other CNAs. It should be, I can't get this patient to wake up, to the nurse. All right. So every skill starts with the opening. We know that. But what does every opening start with? A knock. Once you've knocked and gained entry, remember, you don't have to wait for a come in for the test. But once you've knocked and gained entry, what do you have to do with the patient? Okay, so yeah. So we need to know who the patient is, but they need to know who we are, not just our name, but also our title. Absolutely. Don't just say, hey, I'm Patti. Yeah, you need to let them know you're their CNA. What are we going to describe to them? Yeah, not the color of the walls. Yeah. We don't need to describe the room. We need to describe what we're doing. What's the most important thing we need to get from them? Permission, consent. Absolutely. Don't forget this part. Just because they're in our setting doesn't mean we get to do whatever we want to them. Can you imagine for a second? You know, not everybody in healthcare is a good guy. Did you guys know that? Oh my gosh. Yeah. I have played around with the idea for years of doing a podcast, Medical Misbehaving, because there are a million cases out there of medical people acting very, very badly and killing patients or raping them or putting them in horrible situations. But the problem is that my whole mission in life is to elevate the reputation of medical workers. And I think that that's kind of contrary to my mission. So I haven't done it, but there are a ton of cases out there. It's horrible. So don't just assume because you are a good guy that everyone you work with is a good guy. Yes. Yes. So I want you to think about what life would be like if patients didn't have to give consent. Oh, it's horrible. It is horrible. It is. patients have to give consent because a world in which consent is not required is scary. It is scary. They have to give consent. Once we get consent, we're going to close the curtain. What do we do after we touch that curtain? Wash your hands every time. And then you can go get your supplies. But once you get your supplies, you need a place to put them. So we're going to get a barrier. Yeah. And that barrier provides a clean place to put your clean supplies. Very good. Only touch supplies with clean hands. Yeah, clean hands. So let's think about that for just a second, right? One of the number one, now this isn't going to make sense to you because I've taught you a certain way since the very beginning. So you don't know any other way to do these skills. I've ingrained it in you. Anything else would look odd and it wouldn't make sense, right? But one of the biggest mistakes that's made on the CNA state exam is that people will go in and they'll get their supplies before they address the patient. They just walk in, grab all of the supplies, and then they, hi, Miss Jones, my name is Patty, and I'm your CNA today. I need to, whatever. So let's think about that for just a second. First of all, we haven't washed our hands, so are our hands clean? No. So we're touching supplies that are going to be used on the patient and immediately contaminating them. The other issue is that when you walk in with supplies and then you ask the patient, hey, is it okay if I do this skill? You're kind of presumptuous, right? You're kind of saying, hey, I really don't care if you want me to. I'm here with supplies. I'm going to do it. That's the image that you're giving your patient. It's like you're subconsciously removing that consent. So that's why we don't do that. That's why this rule exists. You have to have clean hands to get clean supplies, which means that it has to come after your opening. Does that make sense? Now, remember I said that you're going to be testing with 7 strangers on testing day, not the people in this room, 7 strangers. So some of you are going to come back, or you're going to text me, or you're going to email me, and you're going to say, oh my gosh, you would not believe what I saw on testing day. The person I was partnered with did this. And you're going to think to yourself, what in the world? Why would they even do that? Remember that not everybody has been taught using this method. This is the right way to do it.
I was just there and the CNA picked the glove up off the ground and put it on before she went to go mess with me, and I just looked at the
Yeah. Yeah, that's not good. We don't do that, right? What's the first thing your gloves should touch?
patient.
Yeah, we'll get to that in just a minute. All right, so we have to have clean hands to get our clean supplies. And when should we get the barrier? After we get our supplies or before? Why? Okay, because you have to have a place to put your clean supplies, sure. Can you hold your supplies up next to your uniform when you're putting your barrier down? Why? Yeah, your uniform is not clean. Very good. Very good. So let's talk about gloves. First thing gloves should touch is the patient, sure. How do we know when we should wear gloves? Shouldn't we wear them for everything all the time? Not think about it? Why? Yeah, because you're not thinking. If you're wearing gloves all the time, so you don't have to think about it, that's the whole point. You're not thinking. And that's what's going to put the patient at risk. Absolutely. So how do we know when we're going to wear gloves? We have 3 rules. The first one is ooey gooey. Can somebody tell me what the second one is? Personal skin, bathing suit skin, and open wounds. Yeah, open sores, non-intact skin. All right. We have to be aware of what our dirty gloves have touched. So once we are working with the patient and we have soiled gloves, we don't want to be touching the sheet that's going to go right up next to their face. We don't want to pour them a cup of water and hand it to them with those dirty gloves. You don't want to spread pathogens all around their environment. So once your gloves have touched the patient, now we've got to be aware of what else we touch. Okay, there's going to be some cootie bleed over here because the patient's here and they're going to touch a call light, they're going to touch the curtain, they're going to touch a side rail, they're going to touch stuff, right? So there's cootie bleed over all here, but that's okay. It's their cooties. We don't want to bring their cooties to a different person or a different area. Good. At the end, when we're taking our gloves off, we've got to remember how to remove them correctly. Remember that skin can touch skin and dirty glove can touch dirty glove, but dirty glove cannot touch skin. Got to remember that when taking those gloves off. Yes.
But let's say like certain gloves are like what if the patient is allergic to the glove?
That would be, yeah, that would be in the care plan. It'll actually say non-latex gloves only. Now, most hospitals actually don't have latex gloves anymore. Most of them have moved to either vinyl or nitrile gloves. Latex gloves they're way cheaper, and at least they do biodegrade eventually. Remember those vinyl gloves and nitrile gloves, they don't ever biodegrade. They're stuck here forever on this planet. Anybody ever see the movie WALL-E? Anybody see the movie WALL-E? If you get a chance, just watch the first 15 minutes of it's an animated movie. Just watch the first 15 minutes of WALL-E. It'll suck you in. It's a cute little robot guy. He's super cute. He's on the planet trying to process trash, right? Now, the humans all had to leave the planet because we have too much trash on the planet. So we left the planet. We're orbiting up there, waiting for the robots to clean up our mess so we can come back. Boy, isn't that a social commentary? But it's interesting. If you watch the first 15 minutes of WALL-E, most of the trash that he's processing, most of the trash that we polluted our planet with is medical. So it's interesting. We do produce a lot of trash. And guys, remember, I'm not an environmentalist. I don't recycle. I am just as guilty as everybody else. But, you know, this is something that we probably ought to at least have a few brain cells thinking about occasionally. Don't use them if you don't need them. Wash your hands before, wash your hands after. All right, so privacy blankets. When do we use them? Anytime the patient is, okay, uncovered or undressed. If they're uncovered for any reason, we need a privacy blanket. Remember, it's cold out here. If they're undressed for any reason, we need a privacy blanket. Remember, you're a stranger. You don't need to see what they have. There's no reason. You need to keep them covered as much as possible. Protect their privacy. When you put a privacy blanket over the patient, we're going to pull the sheet down underneath. When we're all done, we'll pull the sheet over and take the privacy blanket down underneath. This way, the patient remains covered at all times. You don't just take the sheet off and then put a blanket on, because that exposes the patient. You want to make sure the patient remains covered at all times, even during transition. And if we're going to use a privacy blanket and we're using gloves for the skill, you want to remove the privacy blanket after you remove your gloves. Now, the reason for that is you have to touch that sheet. And this goes right back to what we just talked about with glove rules. What have your dirty gloves touched? So if you've got butt juice on your gloves and you're going to take that privacy blanket out, that means you're pulling the sheet up. You're now putting butt juice on a sheet that's going to go right up next to their face. So it has, when you remove a privacy blanket, it has to be after you've removed your gloves. Good? Questions? You won't ever forget butt juice. Hey, I teach to be effective, guys. I teach to be effective. I got a story about that. I told you that I've trained like 5,000 people in our community. I mean, we train thousands, and that doesn't even count all the people on, YouTube and all. I'm talking about in this classroom. Well, there was a patient in the hospital. She was there for a surgery or something, and the CNA that was helping her just made an offhand comment. I got to change my gloves. I got butt juice on them. The patient says, "Oh my gosh, you must have been to Miss Patti's class." So both of them were my students, and just that one comment gave them common ground. They were able to recognize each other. So I thought that was really funny. Really funny. Yeah, butt juice. All right, so let's talk about how we clean a basin. We're going to see this again today with with our very first skill. But let's talk about this because we did see this with mouth care. Now, my videos are on YouTube. I get literally hundreds of comments a week. I don't answer them all. I just don't have time for that anymore. It's overwhelming. But one of the comments that I saw this week, really, it kind of, I want to address this because you're going to hear this out there. Okay. If one of the theories out there is if you're bathing something below the waist, it goes in the toilet. If you're working with stuff above the waist, it goes in the sink. And that sounds okay, but it's easier to think along the lines of put it where it normally goes. If you're bathing something, it doesn't matter what it is, because we don't put washcloths back in the basin. So that means the basin's only holding water. Where does water normally go? In the sink. You don't need to put it, even if you're doing foot care, you don't need to put that in the toilet. It can go in the sink. Put it where it normally goes. If it's body fluids, those go in the toilet. So you can think about it either way. For the test, it really doesn't matter. They're just, the only thing the test is grading you on is don't put body fluid, like urine, feces, vomit, that type of thing in the sink. That's what they're grading you on. They don't care where water goes. They just don't care. But I'll just leave it there. I'll talk to you more about that a little in a little bit. But we're going to empty the basin in the sink or the toilet where it normally goes. Okay. We're going to rinse the basin with running water. And that's important because we need that friction of the running water to clean the basin out. For the test, we don't disinfect anything. We rinse it, dry it, and store it. Don't disinfect anything. So we really need the friction of the water to clean that basin for us. Okay. Now, if it were up to me, you'd be squirting some soap in there, cleaning it up pretty good, but it's not up to me. So we need that water, the friction of the water. So running water. You're going to dump that in the sink. Once you've done that, you need to set the basin down because this is when you would disinfect it. Now that it's disinfected, you're going to pick it up with a, clean, dry paper towel. You're going to dry the inside. Should we use that same paper towel for the outside? Different paper towel. And then we have to put it away. So what do we use to open the drawer? Another paper towel. Yeah, guys, go get stocking paper towels. We're going to use a lot of them. All right. Along the way, you can collect your soap, your lotion, whatever it is that you've worked with, and put that into the basin before you store it. Perfectly okay. But I wouldn't touch that without that paper towel. I would use that paper towel to touch it. All right. And then all of our skills in the same way. Yeah, this doesn't change. You want to thank the patient. Thank you very much, Miss Jones. Remember, this is a service. We want them to, appreciate our efforts. So we're going to thank them. Once you've thanked them, there's a couple of things that you need to do. The first four, the order doesn't matter. Can anybody tell me the first four C's of the closing? Clean environment, comfort. Yeah, we have to, for comfort, we actually have to say the word comfortable, and we're going to offer them a what? Call light, but I heard it. Magazine, yeah, for emotional comfort as well. And then we're going to open the curtain and give them the call light. Very good. So those four, order doesn't matter. Nobody cares. Clean environment, comfort, curtain, call light. However you want to do them, I don't care. Nobody cares. Once you get all that done, though, you've touched that curtain, you've touched that call light, you've touched all those cooties. What do you want to do? Clean your hands. Now, once you've cleaned your hands, if charting is required, and there are 4 skills that require charting, you will get one of them. Remember, everybody gets a documentation skill. So if you have to document, what do you have to do after you document? Wash your hands again. Okay. So our closing, long process. So when you look at a checklist, the things that you're being graded on, remember these things. When you look at a checklist for any of the skills, just pick one. There's a whole bunch in here. When you look at the checklist, half of each one of these checklists, half is the opening and the closing. Half. So that's why I talk about it a lot. You've got to get these down, because if you don't know the opening and the closing, like half of your skill, you're not going to get checked off on. That's crazy. It's not about how clean you get the teeth. They don't care. They don't care. It's about how you treat the patient, your bedside manner, making sure you're following that care plan, making sure you're addressing their safety and their comfort. Those are the things that they're going to pay attention to. Now, we are going to learn some other things along the way. In fact, we have 2 more principles that we're going to learn. So out of the 11 on the back wall, we already have 7 down. You just proved it to me. We're going to learn 2 more today. That puts us at 9. Guys, you're almost done. And it's only week 2. And they're not hard to learn, but we're going to apply them to skill after skill after skill after skill. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. So let's review some of the skills that we've learned so far. We've learned 3 skills so far. 3, 4. We learned mouth care. So let's see if we remember how, I know it was a long time ago, guys. It was. So patients, when we're going to do mouth care, or we're going to give anybody anything to eat or drink, what position do they need to be in? Yeah, they must be sitting fully upright. That is important. We want, if we're going to be brushing teeth, what do we want to put on them? Yeah, a towel, a clothing protector. We got to protect that clothing. Absolutely. This one just cracks me up, right? When we think about mouth care, we know that it's brushing teeth. We know that, right? That's the whole skill, brushing teeth. But guys, that's one checkpoint. Mouth care? Let me show you. Because everybody gets all wrapped up in this. Mouth care is 16 checkpoints. 1. Brush. 1 out of 16. So you can do this entire skill, forget to brush, and you'd probably be okay. Okay. It's not about the brushing. It's about making sure the patient is sitting up so we don't kill them, making sure their clothing is protected for dignity, make sure that we wet the toothbrush before we put toothpaste on it so that the toothpaste distributes and doesn't just glop. Make sure that the patient is allowed to rinse and spit because, ew, right? Leave the patient with a dry face because, ew, right? Those are the things that we're being great. Brush the teeth, 1 checkpoint. 1. It's about all the rest of it. So when you're doing these skills, I need you to have the right mindset here. It's about the patient. It's not about your technical ability to brush teeth. It's about the patient. Every one of those checkpoints is all about the patient. Has nothing to do with you. Nothing. Let's talk about dressing a resident. We're going to ask them what they want to wear. And if they describe something that doesn't match, what are we going to do? Suggest an alternative. But what if they say, no, I want that? Cool, no problem. We want to make sure we gather that clothing before we undress the patient. Why would that be important? Yeah, you are a stranger. You are a stranger. Yes, they're getting dressed, but they don't need to be naked while you try to struggle with their socks. Anytime we lift the body part, we're going to lift from below. That's right, the bottom up, and we're going to support at the joints. We always want to lift with a flat palm. Don't grab. Lift the flat palm. It provides support. Do we remember this USA first thing? What does USA stand for? Undress, strong arm. Yep. No, that's fine. Undress, strong arm. We're going to use that arm to our advantage. So undress, strong arm first. What do we dress first? The weak arm. Yep. Yep. Don't overextend. Don't force movement. Why would that be? Hold on. Let me give you a visual. Why would that be important? Yeah. You're going to hurt the patient. Don't overextend and don't force a body part to do something that it cannot do, because you will break the patient. And that I've seen that. I have seen, sadly, I've seen that happen. All right. We want to adjust all clothing for neatness and appearance. You know, make sure the patient looks good. The patient needs to look good because you are judged by the way the patient looks. We're going to put all dirty items where? Yeah, in the hamper. Absolutely. Now, for this skill, we have a very special, I'm sorry, I need to move that table forward a little bit. So for this skill, we have to pay attention to where we put the call light. Which hand do you think a call light should go in? The stronger one. Yep, the stronger one. Why? Yeah, because if the weaker one is weak, it may not be able to work correctly. And then how are they going to call you when they, you know, need to blow their nose? All right, and then we learned pulse. This was the last thing that I left you with. So this one's probably freshest in your mind because it's the last thing that we went over. We're always going to support the arm when we raise it off the bed. You can raise the bed to a comfortable working height if you want to, or you can just raise the arm. Arm is easier. If you raise the bed, what do you have to remember to do? All the way to the lowest position. Pulses are always reported over what time frame? 1 minute. Absolutely. We're going to follow the care plan, right? If it tells us to count for 1 minute, we'll count for 1 minute. If it doesn't specify, we can count for 15 seconds and multiply that by 4 to get our 1 minute, but they're always reported over 1 minute. What's our normal values for pulse? 60 to 100. We want to use, we don't want to use the flat areas of our fingertips. What do we want to use? The tips themselves. Very good. What can't we use to take a pulse? Why? That's right. You got an artery in your thumb. When you press down on it, you can feel your own heartbeat. Radial pulse is located at the thumb side of the wrist. So way up here at the very, very, very top on the thumb side. If you're down here at the pinky, that is not the radial pulse. You might be able to feel something because I wish I could pull this down to show you, but your arteries, you have 2 arteries here. There's the radial on this side. There's the ulnar on this side, and they both come down, and then they join in an arch right here. They join. So if you've got your hands here and you can feel thumps, you've got an artery. That's awesome. But our care plan was very specific and told us the radial artery was where we needed to be. So make sure you're on the right place. For timing, we have to say 2 words out loud. Anybody know what our words are? Start and stop. Absolutely. Because remember, those evaluators have to count with you. And how many evaluators do we have in Florida? 2. When you're all done counting and you've done your closing, what's the very last thing we're going to do for this skill? Okay. What we're going to do, we're going to wash our hands, and then what are we going to do? And then we're going to wash our hands again, right? So our very last action is document. I point that out for a reason. You will forget to document because you're going to be in a hurry. You're tested. You're stressed. You're going to be, my skill is done. You'll forget. So I always recommend, that when you're done washing your hands, you go over and read that care plan one more time, because that care plan very clearly says measure and record. If you read that, you'll remember, oh, I have to document this. So at the end of every skill, instead of rushing through and saying, my skill is done, you should go back and read that care plan one more time to make sure that you got everything correct. Okay, good. I've been pointing out along the way how much time they give you to do a skill and how much time it takes to do the skill. And notice there's a whole lot of time in between. You've got time to go back and read those care plans. I guarantee it. All right, so let's start on today. Let's go to page 82. Well, good morning, guys. Good morning, Sophie and Gladys. Janine, congratulations. Janine passed the CNA test. Congratulations. Good morning, Marie. Welcome, guys. Awesome. All right, so if you look at this page 82 in our book, it says to provide hand and nail care. Our care plan at the top of the page tells us to provide hand and nail care to one hand. What if the patient has 2? Yeah, we don't care. We don't care. It says one hand. That's all we got to do. One hand. In a clinical setting, if we're only doing one hand, it's going to tell you which one. Right, left. The reason the test does this is to cut down on time. Where do those nurses want to be? That's right. They want to be in their pool of the margarita. They don't want to be watching you wash and wash and wash. If they see it on one hand, they know you got it down. We can move on. Thank you. Okay. That's why it says one hand. It says the patient is sitting in a chair at the bedside and can move as directed. So you can ask this patient to do anything you want them to do. Ask them to put their hand in the basin. This is not a 90-year-old comatose invalid. Don't automatically put that patient in every one of these scenarios, okay? Remember that you guys are going to be patients for this. That means that you may be a patient for hand and nail care. If you look at the bottom of the page, you'll see that this is a testing student skill. So you might be a patient for this. As far as it goes, it's not a bad deal. It's a mini Manny. No big deal. I'd rather do this than foot care. I am super ticklish. So anybody that tried to do foot care on me, I'm going to start laughing and pull my foot away. It's just how I'm built. So I'd rather do this. All right. If you look at our supplies at the top of the page, you're going to see there's a whole lot. You have to learn supplies, guys. There's no way around it. You've got to learn them. Make flashcards. Get some index cards. Put the supplies on one side, the name of the skill on the other, and just learn them. But make it make sense to you. It's a washing skill. So if it's a washing skill, you need some water. That makes sense, which means you need something to hold the water because patient's not the sink. You're going to need a washcloth. You're going to need some soap. You probably need some lotion. You're going to need a towel. We're going to do nail care, so we need an orange stick and an emery board. So make it make sense to you. Don't just memorize this random string of words. Make it make sense. Okay. Now, some of you are hung up on gloves and you're thinking, wait, do I need gloves on this? And I'm going to tell you it depends on the patient. If it's one of you, I'm reasonably sure that you've washed your hands today at some point. You're in pretty good shape. If it's a person that's been living out behind our building for the last 6 months and has not had access to running water and has lots of cuts and scrapes and scratches and ooey gooey on their hands, do I need gloves? So it's going to depend on the patient. Remember, gloves are never, ever about the skill. It's about the patient we're doing the skill on. Okay, good. All right, so at the bottom of the page tells you our testing information. They're going to give you 11 minutes to do this. Guys, that is an insane amount of time. 11 minutes. Your patient's going to be another testing student. They're going to be sitting in a chair at the side of the bed, and charting is not required for this skill. There's a couple things we need to know before we do this skill. We are going to learn a principle, washing rules. Now, washing rules are kind of one of those duh things, you know. It's you already know most of this. There's nothing really new here to learn, but I'm going to put it in a way that you may not have thought of before. Okay. If we're going to use water for washing, we're going to check that water and make sure that it's comfortable. Now, comfortable means warm, not hot, not cold. And in order to understand that, we need to know that everybody has different preferences when it comes to water temperature. Me, when I'm getting a shower, I like the water so hot that it creates steam clouds, right? It feels like it's taking my skin off, right? It's hot. My husband likes cool showers. We have a difference of opinion. Every one of you has a preferred temperature. Just because you like it hot doesn't mean your patient likes it hot. Just because you like it cool doesn't mean your patient's going to like it cool. So we are going to start with warm, not hot, not cold, just warm. And then we're going to ask our patient to check the water temperature. Now, there's another part of this that I'm going to talk to you about in just a second that goes along with that, but we're going to move on for just a second, okay? So when we're getting water for the patient, we're not going to put soap in the basin. Basins are no soap zones. No soap in the basin. Because I have a rule, whatever I wash, I rinse. Whatever I rinse, I dry. If I put soap in that water, how am I going to rinse? Yeah, well, it's all soapy now. So that means I either have to go get a second basin, which is more cost to the patient because everything you use, the patient gets charged for. Everything. Anybody ever been a patient in a hospital? Did you get a bill? That bill is going to charge you for absolutely everything. Toothbrushes, right about $7. Wash basins, about 30. So we don't want to use supplies unnecessarily. We don't need a second basin. Plus, it's more for you to clean at the end, and that's just more time. We don't need a second basin. If we make sure our basins are no soap zones, we don't put soap in the water, that water remains clean. We wet the washcloths and we put the soap on the washcloth. Now we have clean water for rinsing. No soap zones. Yeah, so now we need two washcloths, one to wash and one to rinse. Okay. Washcloths I don't get charged for. Okay, so our basins are no soap zones. When we're going to get water, remember our routine here. We went over this morning. We do our opening, we wash our hands, we get our supplies. So we haven't touched anything soiled yet because all of our supplies are clean. Now we've got to get water. Is that faucet clean? No. So my hands are and the faucet isn't. So what do I need? I need a paper towel to turn that faucet on. I'm going to check the water with the inside of my wrist. It should feel what temp? Not hot, not cold, just warm. Then I'm going to put water in the basin. Doesn't have to be full. Just put some water in the basin. And then you're going to bring it over to the patient and ask them to check it. This is a critical checkpoint. Patients have to check the water. I'm going to explain why in a minute. We're going to use the leaves method for body openings. I'm going to talk to you about that in a future skill. We're not going to cover that right now, but keep that in mind. It is a principle. Whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. I know that sounds simple. You do it in the shower every day. You don't even think about it. You would never, ever think about getting out of the shower with soap on your body and shampoo in your hair. It just wouldn't happen. You know that when you wash, you rinse. And then when you get out of the shower, you probably dry off. You don't just stand there and drip dry. You do these things without thinking about it. But when you're doing it on another person, it's super, super easy to get lost in the details and forget one of these. So when you're doing washing skills, I want you to say in your mind, whatever I wash, I rinse. Whatever I rinse, I dry. And that keeps you on track. I know it's simple. I know that. And you're probably thinking, I don't need to do that. I have had multiple students tell me that this is what saved their skill because they forgot to rinse. So I want you to say it in your head. Whatever you wash, you rinse. Whatever you rinse, you dry. Try not to get your surface wet. This skill, we're working on a table. Patients sitting in a chair at a table. So we want our barrier to catch any of the water. What if we drip water on the floor by accident, though? Should we just ignore it? You're going to have to address it because that's a slipping hazard for the patient and for you. So try not to get your surface wet. And if you do, address it. And then if we're going to put lotion on, we're going to warm the lotion up in our hands, warm it up. Friction works best. Wipe the lotion on. But that lotion, only so much is going to be absorbed. Your skin cells, they reach a saturation point. They can't pull in anymore. So that means that you'll have a layer of lotion just kind of laying on the skin. Now, what happens if this person has lotion laying on their skin and they pick up a cup of hot coffee? Yeah, so anytime we put lotion on, we rub it in and then we wipe off the excess. Always. Remove the excess.
Wipe it off with
A towel,
a clean towel.
just whatever towel you've used. Perfectly okay. Yeah. Because remember, the towel is used after you've washed and rinsed, so it's still. Does everybody understand washing rules? Let's talk about the elderly. Skin changes as we age. So when you're young and you look at your arm, you probably don't see vein road maps, right? That's because you have a layer of fat between your skin and your muscle right here, this layer of fat. So this is your skin, this is your layer of fat, and there's your muscle. That layer of fat is an insulating layer. It does a lot of things. It protects the underlying structures from injury, but it also acts kind of like a wetsuit. So let me explain this to you. This is going to make a whole lot make sense in just a second. So your body, anybody know what body temperature is? If you took your temperature, what is normal? Okay. So 97.6 to 99.6 is our range. So 1 degree on either side. But let's just go with our standard 98.6 degrees, right? What do you think the room temperature is in here? Okay. Let's make it an easy. I know it's a little cold, but let's just make it an easy 75 degrees for math, right? So if we are 98.6 degrees and the room temperature is 75 degrees, that's a huge difference, isn't it? Now, that means that room temperature and body temperature always way different, always way different. And room temperature for comfort is always lower. Now, if you took a pie out of an oven, right? Pie was in the oven, it was baking, it's bubbling, it smells really good. Take it out of the oven and put it on the counter. Room temperature is going to cool that pie down to the same temperature as the room. Room temperature always wins. Always wins. Take ice cubes out of the freezer, put them on the counter, and that ice will melt, turn into water that will become the same temperature as the room. Room temperature always wins. That's a principle. It's an important one. What temperature are you? Okay, I just told you room temperature always wins. That means that room temperature is trying to cool you down to 75 degrees. Your body has to work super hard to keep your temperature at 98.6 degrees. And it is so critical that this temperature variance is so critical that if you drop below 93 degrees, you die. So if room temperature always wins and it's trying to drag us down to 75, that means that we have to have an internal mechanism to keep us at 98.6. And that is your digestive system. When you take in food, calories, your body burns those calories to create heat. That's what your body does. And that's how you stay alive. We think food is for nutrition, and it is. Food is also for taste, and it is. But the main purpose of food is to keep your body temperature in a living range. But remember, room temperature always wins. When you die, your body will cool down to room temperature. It will, because room temperature always wins. So your body has to work really hard to keep us at this 98.6 degrees. So the body's like, okay, listen, I don't want to work that hard. I want something that's going to keep the heat that I generate inside. So we have a layer of fat just under our skin that does just that. It keeps our body heat in so that our body doesn't have to work so hard to create heat. Make sense? Okay, but as we age, our whole body ages. And one of the changes of aging is that fat layer shrinks. You see the big difference there? That fat layer goes away. And if you look at an older person's arm, you can actually see the veins, they stick up and they run right underneath the skin. And you can see them, you could trace them because that fat layer is no longer there to hold heat and protect those underlying structures. Everybody with me so far? So if we generate heat, but all of it dissipates out, our body has to work harder to generate more heat. what do you think? Well, let me go on. There's another reason for this fat layer. It doesn't just hold in body heat, it helps block out external temps too. Because remember, room temperature always wins. So it helps block out that external temperature. So basically, you're walking around in a wetsuit, you have no idea what the actual temperature in here really is because your fat layer is trying to equalize. Okay. So what do you think happens to how we perceive temperature if that fat layer goes away? Yeah, so cold becomes freezing, hot becomes, yeah, so it's really, really difficult to regulate your external and internal environments comfortably. Now, remember that your body has to generate heat to remain alive. If room temperature is trying to cool us down, the easiest way to deal with this is to be in a warmer environment. Why do you think everybody moves to Florida? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We're going to talk about that. But this is why everybody moves to Florida. It's not just because of our economy. It's because the temperature is much more conducive to their survival, really. Does that make sense? Have you ever walked into grandma's house and you're like, oh my grandma, it's hot. It's like 80 degrees in here. She's like, oh no, honey, it's fine. It's good. I'm fine. And she's still got a sweater on. You're like, what is wrong with you? What's wrong with her is she doesn't have a fat layer. All the body heat she's creating is radiating away. So if she's in a warmer environment, her body doesn't have to work so hard against room temperature because room temperature always wins. Now I want you to think about that patient in the bed. If they are an elderly patient in the bed, they are always going to feel cold. Now take their sheet away. This is why privacy blankets become so critical. They are not working with the same temperature sensation that you are. It couldn't be more different. It's like totally alien creature compared to what you are experiencing. So never judge a patient's perception by your own. Totally different. That makes sense? So if we don't have a good fat layer, that means that everything underneath that skin is subject to injury because it's not protecting those under layers anymore. It also means that you're not getting as much oil to that skin, right? Fat layers have oil glands, feed the skin. So our elderly skin is going to be thinner, drier, and way more fragile. I think that might have been a normal sign of aging question on your test last week. Does that make sense? Is everybody good with that? So patients generally are going to want warmer environments. They're going to be more comfortable. If they're in a cooler environment, they may need more padding, sweaters and blankets and things like that. And don't degrade them for saying I'm cold. You may be hot because you're fully clothed and running around, but that is not their perception. But this doesn't just end with air temperature. It also has to do with water temperature as well. They don't have a wetsuit on. So when I test water and I think it's warm and they test it, it may feel completely different to them. It may feel hot. So we are going to ask, or we're going to test the water temperature, but most importantly, we're going to ask the patient, can you check it? When they check that water temperature, if they say, oh, no, it's too hot, are you going to argue with them? No. Go change the water temperature. Go fix it. One of the situations that, okay, the maddest I've ever gotten at the CNA, I'll put it that way. I was at the nurse's station of a long-term care facility, a nursing home, and shower day, I could hear somebody screaming from the shower room. I go running down there thinking somebody fell, something must have happened. I open up the door and steam comes billowing out. I mean, I couldn't see. My glasses were all fogged up. Couldn't see. I make my way in and the patient is just flailing. I mean, arms and legs going every which way. And the CNA's trying to dodge and soap and the patient is screeching. I'm like, stop. What in the world is going on here? Just stop. Turn the water off so I can figure out what's going on. Threw a bath blanket over the patient so that they're covered and at least a little drier. I'm like, what is going on? She says, she won't let me bathe her. Okay, well, can we figure out why? And the steam might be a really good clue. The patient is reacting to the fact that you are burning them the same way you would react if somebody were burning you. Oh, I didn't think about that. What do you mean you didn't think about it? We got to do better than that, guys. We can do better than that. A 6-year-old can do better than that. So we have some rules. Okay. Check the water, but more importantly, ask the patient to check the water. Good? Questions?
To check the water, I know we wash our hands first, and then we can just tip it with our finger.
Yeah, because if you go back to the beginning of the skill, right, we're going to follow the care plan, of course, but we're going to do our opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I need to do hand nail care. Is that okay? Good. Let's close curtain, wash hands, go get supplies. So we get a barrier, we get our supplies, put them on the barrier. We go over and get water. We use paper towel, turn the faucet on to keep our hands clean. We fill the basin up. We still have clean hands. So instead of putting my hand in the basin, I usually don't, because my fingertips, they have a lot of stuff there. This area right here, my nerves are really close to the surface. So right here is the best place for me to check the water. Now I can put my wrist in the water, but that's kind of awkward. What I normally do is just hold it in the running water, make sure the water is appropriate, and then fill the basin up. You're going to see that in just a minute. All right, so whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. So this skill, you got a patient sitting at a table. You're going to put the hand in the basin to soak it, take it out to wash, because we don't want soap in the basin. Put it back into rinse, take it out to dry. Then we're going to clean under the nails. Now we're going to use an orange stick for this. And we use orange sticks because they don't splinter. This is an orange stick. An orange stick has a beveled end or a flat end on one side and a pointy end on the other. We are going to use the flat end, the beveled end. We're going to put it underneath the edge of the nail, circle it around, and then wipe it off on a towel, because I don't want to take this junk and put it under this nail. So we're going to circle it to clean the nail, wipe it off, go to the next one, circle it, wipe it off, circle, wipe, circle, wipe, circle, wipe. Good. Then we're going to file the rough edges. Now, unfortunately, you don't file nails the way you do your own, because along with thinner, drier skin, we also get brittle nails as we age. And if you take an emery board across the edge of a brittle nail, like you do yours, back and forth rapidly, what that does is it pulls and pushes the nail just like this with that emery board. And eventually those two forces rapidly is going to make the nail split right up the middle. And then it'll fall off and it's really, really, really going to hurt. Well, yeah, but for diabetes, well, for any patients, we're going to file in one direction. So that way we don't have bleeding issues. We don't have brittle nail issues. We don't have we have a control over the situation. So to file in one direction, you take your emery board. You always want to file toward the middle. So we're going to file just like this. On this side, we're going to file toward the middle. And then along the top, take off that point. Straight across the top. Not like this. We don't go back and forth. It's one way. One way. Okay. And then we're going to apply lotion last. Applying lotion is the very last thing we do. You got to clean the nails, you got to file them first, then you're going to apply lotion, but we're going to warm that lotion up in our hands. It used to be years ago, we used to put the lotion bottle in the water and let it warm up, but that doesn't work. It's not in there long enough, and it's only going to warm up the outer edge of the stuff in the middle, which is what comes out when you squeeze it, doesn't ever get warm. So plus it's kind of gunking up your water. You know, so that's not a good idea. Just warm it up in your hands. Wipe it on and then wipe off the excess with your towel. Good. Questions? I'm going to show you the video on this one because it has really good close-ups of each one of these steps. Okay, and I think you need to see the close-ups for this particular skill. Okay, if you remember at the bottom of the page, I told you they're giving you 11 minutes to do this. This skill takes 6 minutes and 32 seconds with the opening credits and the ending credits. So you got, yeah, they give you about twice as much time as you actually.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patti. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Wonderful. I need to do hand and nail care on one hand. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to close your curtain for privacy. Let me go wash my hands and then I'll gather my supplies.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to start with the barrier. So I'll place the barrier on the table and that will give me a place to set your clean supplies. And then I'm going to gather a basin, soap, and lotion. An orange stick and emery board. Two washcloths. And a towel. I'm going to go get some water in the basin.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Jones, would you like to check the water temperature and make sure it's okay? Is it good?
Yes.
Okay, you can submerge your hand in there if you like.
Okay.
And I'll bring that tray a little bit closer to you. Is that comfortable?
Yeah.
I'm gonna place the washcloths in here. And we'll wet one of the washcloths And use it to get your hand wet. Now I'm gonna place your hand over here on the towel. Apply soap to the washcloth. And now I'm gonna wash all surfaces of your hand, including in between the fingers, in this area between the thumb and the forefinger. Gonna turn your hand over now and wash the palm of your hand. Now we're gonna place your hand back in the basin to rinse. Okay, I'm gonna bring your hand over here to dry. I'm gonna dry between the fingers. And I'm gonna turn your hand over and dry the palm of the hand. Okay. Now we'll take the orange stick and I'm gonna clean under each nail. Just cleaning the edge. Does that hurt? No. Wipe the orange stick on a towel in between each finger. And now I'm going to file any rough edges. So I'll file from the outer edge to the middle. Checking each nail for any rough edges. And now we can apply lotion. So I'll get a little lotion, warm it up in my hands, and apply it to all surfaces of the feet. So good?
Yes.
Okay. Now we'll wipe off the lotion. Okay.
Great.
Wonderful. I'm going to place my soiled linens in dirty linen container and then clean up my workspace. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, on the way, we'll pick up the soap and the lotion and place them in the basin. We'll use the paper towel to open the door. Take the basin in. These items will get thrown away. Okay, Mr. Jones, are you comfortable?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I offer you a magazine?
No, ma'am.
Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here?
No, thank you.
Okay, your call line is right there. Please use it to call me if you have a need. I'm going to open your curtain and wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll review the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. All right, any questions on that one? Questions?
So we don't have to do the emails like, we have to watch, but we watch our emails.
Scrubbing the fingernails, so.
No, this skill is all about keeping the nails clean and at a manageable length. So the orange stick is gonna keep them clean and filing routinely, once or twice a week. Keeps them at a manageable length, and you never have to trim their nails. So it's all about preventative maintenance, because CNAs cannot trim nails.
That's what I was asking.
You can't use nail clippers. So, but if we, do a good job
filing the nails a couple times a week, you never have to trim. Okay. Let's take a 15-minute break from back at 11. And I don't know that we're going to get into, because we still have blood pressure to do. I don't know that we're gonna get to respiration, but I may push that off to another day. Let's see what kind of time we got.
Chevy yogurt down my throat. I should get that. Not as soon as the girl. Oh, they don't even have to. All right, so I'm running away. Do the momento, get some air, do a little thing. How do you do it?
That all by itself?
Excuse me, one second. Yeah, it was club.
Oh, so wait.
I've never received an email. But I haven't, and then I tried to log in.
Yeah.
Couldn't do it.
I hate to log into.
The YouTube? I haven't even done that. I haven't tried that, but I tried to log into the first line. And I have not received any email from here, other than the one I sent.
I did get one, but don't.
We're supposed to have gotten a follow-up after every report.
Yeah, you haven't gotten any of them?
Never. But she had me registered wrong, under a different name.
Yes, she had an email on, but
Mine,
she sent them again.
yeah, and when the shit that came around, my email was not right.
No,
There was-
okay, they go, I got 40 this year, I didn't say,
Oh, you're, yeah, you're in.
that was the only one I got, so
Was that the day?
that was. Yeah, October 31st.
That was Tuesday. That was Monday, last
Yeah,
Monday.
that was Monday, but I haven't got.
Yeah, the only one I got was Wednesday last week when I wasn't gonna be here, but I came anyway. Don't want to be sitting here in class and telling them. Who would want that? Seriously, I'm one of these people, feelings gonna be bad about being a CNA. If somebody gets vomiting, guess what? Scoot over, I'm gonna throw up.
I could,
Yeah, that's how I am. If I hear it, I'm sick.
you see.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I'm a paralegal by trade. I have to write it. I'm used to, no, not necessarily, but if I write it, I remember it. That's always been my setting. If I can write it, my brain's memorizing everything. It is alright, but it's in the environment working. There's a bill, it's got like all the steps that are involved. People in the pocket, you can tell you all your supplies you need. But a friend gave me. You should play coaching on your own. My husband and friend was, oh, how you? You should. Yeah, I'm absolutely positive. I got those. Part of my trade. I was helpful here. I started back in the 90s when they were introducing HIPAA.
Right. Oh, my good God.
Now my clients would think of CNA Bayfront and South Florida Baptist.
Wow.
I did mostly transactional law. I was also president of we call it JCO, Joint Action Conventional Health. Would show up and lock up. They just for healthcare administration.
Okay.
So I'm good about flying laws. I'm good about memorizing and passing a test. Application would be my applying. Good, believe it or not, I'm trying. Gotta make some better trips and go out. I don't know, I never use this thing. That's why. Yeah, right. Two, okay, about work and the. Monday. You know what's funny? A friend of mine took this course in September. Started it in September. She passed the course, hasn't done anything further. She hasn't even had her background work on. She got a call Friday to go work at a nursing facility. At CNA. So she's not licensed. She's got the course. What does that say? She sat with this woman. The job's 48 hours, acting nonstop. She's riding Friday at least a day. It's 48 hours shift. Where she was sitting with this woman who just had surgery, and her family wanted her to have round the clock care. I don't know, but I can put name of the agency. Consultant 99. So they would write your taxes off. You're your own employee. think that's kind of like. I don't know that she's out of, but this job that she's always doing, she lives in Brookville, the job's in Muscle Travel. She had to be there at 7 a.m. Monday night. No. Friday or Saturday morning. Mm-hmm. Oh, no, that's.
All you need was to put 4 hours.
Mm.
So that,
I thought it was full.
it's flower, well, now it's 4 hours,
Oh, okay.
but then I had like 4 hours a year
Mm-hmm.
to keep it. They do 4 hours. But,
But
yeah,
then this should be easy to you.
it is.
Yeah, CNA, I never worked with, that was never in the environment.
The written part, and you know,
If I read it, I memorize it. That's all I have.
and I'm not so good because I have to do like the
Oh, I-
hands on. But I mean, I'm not, this is kind of, it's like I already know it, so, it's kind of easy, but doing it, like she said, people do it differently, especially if they, doing work.
Yeah.
Because that was one thing that she said about keeping the, equipment in the room. A lot of nursing homes, they tell you, if they even have the equipment outside, just
In the hall.
yeah, in the hall, you have to have equipment, get you in with you know, you think you go like backwards.
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
My mother. Holy crap.
I got my CNA Life.
In 1993, when I did my bachelor's, I was ready to go to law school or get my MBA. I made the mistake and got my MBA.
And I work for an agency now, but right now, he started up, so he actually come work for me, but, you know, had one client that I took care of for like 4 years. But I'm still, yeah, that's what it's still. But we are.
Yeah, I knew that was really pain. I think I saw that. We don't get paid for criminal law. You don't, that's good, you're working for the state. So you. So I love criminal law when it's the healthcare law. That's where the money goes, especially if you're in corporate. Paralegal, figure for the criminal justice paralegal degree, 2 more years for the.
Yes, for the one, each one.
2 years each. And once I started, I didn't stop. And I brought with me when I moved to Florida, my associate's degree from that back in those days. They referred to it as personnel management. Oh, I know. You know, I mean, it's like, I really don't know what to do. I really don't. But, it's not really ever. Oh, no.
He was falling asleep. What's that all about?
Yeah.
I got a yogurt down my throat. I should do better. And it caught my child.
Okay,
Hopefully yogurt. She'll be 30. She will always be. No, 30 and 40. Around that. Oh. I don't know what I would do without these chicks because man, they're rough. I swear to God, I think I was going this now. Oh, yeah. So just straddle. I should be good for the next 2 hours. So I got a big booty. I gotta get around there. Now I don't have to straddle. If I was going.
Oh, no.
I feel better. I gotta remember to chew, man. You're all right.
Are you comfortable?
We call, take on the one more time. Oh, yeah.
Right now, if you could use the bathroom in the store, this one doesn't seem to wanna work right now. No worries, just, if you go into the store, let the guy know, Jacob, that we have a bathroom. It's bigger than this one. It's on, this is a very old building.
All right, we'll save that.
And that is the original bathroom.
Oh.
So it doesn't, yeah, it, every once in a while, it just doesn't, it just like gives up. I don't know. All right, so let's review this really quickly. So these are the checkpoints. What you see here with these black banner, we've talked about the colorful ones on the back wall.
But these black banners, I actually have one for every single skill. These I created using these checklists. So this, along with our principles that we learned, is everything you need to know about passing the test. If you hit every one of these checkpoints, along with the opening, washing rules, basin cleaning, closing, you will get 100%. Okay, so you're going to see these as we move forward. These the skill specific banners. But the things that you're being checked off on is we want to support the wrist and arm at all times. So that makes sense. We want to soak the hand in water. Well, that makes sense. It is hand and nail care. We're going to wash, rinse, and dry. There's that washing rules again. We're going to place the hand on a towel. Now, I didn't talk about that, but you did see it in the video. You don't want to just have the hand hanging out there in midair. It's got to be resting on something. And because we're trying to keep our surface wet, we're going to rest it on a towel. Provide some padding too. Make it a little more comfortable. We're going to use the beveled or flat edge to clean. We talked about that. We're going to wipe the orange stick between nails. We talked about that. We're going to use the emery board to follow one direction toward the center. We talked about that. And we're going to apply lotion last. We talked about that. So all of the things that you're going to be graded on, you saw in the video and we talked about already. Okay. So if you follow that video, you will get 100% on the state exam. It is exactly according to the checklist. Good. Forgot. All right, let's go to page 100. How do we know what to do with each patient? The care plan. So this care plan at the top of the page says to change the top sheet, bottom sheet, and pillowcase while the resident remains in bed. So this is going to be like a Houdini skill. Presto, changeo, the sheets are clean. Patient didn't get out of bed. It's a pretty cool party trick. Resident can roll and move as directed, but cannot get out of bed. That's important. That means if I ask the patient to roll on his side, he can. If I ask the patient to scoot toward me, he can. It makes it so much easier. Now, not all of your patients are going to have the ability to move on their own. Sometimes we will have to move the patients. We have a lot of different ways to move patients. You can move them in segments, you know, like their head and shoulders, their torso, their hips, their upper legs, their lower legs, you know, move them in segments. You could use a draw sheet, which is a top sheet. We just fold it in half lengthwise, long ways. Put it underneath the patient, like the top edge, the folded edge is between the shoulders. The other edge where the two pieces come together is between the hip and the knee, like right at the mid-thigh area. And you use it as a sling to pull the patient towards you or move them up in bed. It creates a sling. So you can use a draw sheet to move a patient. You can use a slide sheet. These things are super cool. Slide sheet it's kind of like a Chucks, but a little bit bigger. You put it underneath the patient and it almost levitates them. It's a no friction item. So you can move the patient very, very easily. I mean, super easy. They're a little bit expensive. Slide sheets, they've come down in price. When they first came out, they were like $2,000 for one. Now they're much more affordable, but even still, they're probably locked up in a manager's office, but they're pretty cool. They're the care plan will tell you whether you're going to use one of those. It's good in certain circumstances, slide sheets are, but you don't want to use it because the patient's skin is going to slide across this. So if you have damaged skin or if you have open sores or incisions, this may not be the best option, right? So we have lots of ways of moving a patient in bed, but the easiest one is to ask them to move.
the one we want. And luckily, that's the one we get for this particular skill. So you can ask them to move. Now, it does tell us to change the bottom sheet, top sheet, and pillowcase. We're not going to use a bedspread. We're not going to put a chucks on the bed or an underpad. We're not going to use any blanket. It's just top sheet, bottom sheet, pillowcase. You can't get any easier than this. Super, super easy. But there's some rules that we have to learn. We're going to learn linen rules in a minute, and that's going to guide how we're going to do this skill. The important part here is it says the patient cannot get out of bed. So you can ask them to move, but you can't ask them to get up. Okay. Now at the bottom of the page, you'll see test specific information. Somebody with your level of experience should be able to complete this in 14 minutes or less. It does not take 14 minutes to change a bottom sheet, top sheet, and pillowcase. You've got tons and tons and tons of time here. Don't rush. This is going to be another testing student. So you may be the patient in bed when somebody's changing the sheets around you. Patient will be in bed because it says they can't get up, and charting is not required for this skill. Supplies for the skill, pretty easy. You need a top sheet, bottom sheet, and pillowcase. That's not too hard. Care plan actually tells you what you're going to need, but this patient's going to be uncovered. So what else do we need? Privacy blanket. And then we need somewhere to put all those supplies. So what do we need? A barrier. So top sheet, bottom sheet, pillowcase, yes. But we need the other two because of our rules. Okay, good. Questions? We're going to learn linen rules, but this right here, I want you to put a star next to it or highlight it, or you need to do something with that. You need to learn that. Yep, dirty rolls for the patient, clean rolls for you. Or another way of putting it, this is the way I usually say it, is well, let me right here. Clean rolls toward you, dirty rolls away. Clean rolls toward you, dirty rolls away. Let me go one more time. Clean rolls toward you, dirty rolls away. You're going to hear this over and over and over and over. We use it a lot, but you need to learn it. Clean rolls toward you, dirty rolls away, because this is going to dictate how we change that bottom sheet. Now, before you get all up in arms about infection control, this messes up students for some reason. I want you to remember that we are changing sheets around a patient that's already there. They are still in bed. Their cooties are still in bed. The patient is still there. So when you get all freaked out over, well, the pillowcase is touching the clean sheet, so is the patient, right? Don't lose sight over the patient is still in the bed. There's no way of doing this and getting it completely unclean off the bed before you get clean on, right? Which is what we would do if the patient wasn't in bed. We would strip all the sheets off and then put the new stuff on. So the clean and the dirty never touch. Life is great. But when you still have a body in the bed, we can't do that. We still have to work with both the clean and the dirty at the same time. But don't get your brain all tangled up here because the patient is still in bed. Clean is going to be dirty as soon as it goes on the bed because the patient is laying on it. Okay, make sense? Okay. So a couple of our rules that we have to learn here is that linens must not touch uniform. We've already heard that. We heard that with getting supplies. Our uniform is not clean, so we don't want to touch our uniform with clean stuff. But this is even more important when we're changing linens, because understand, when you're taking dirty, soiled linens off of the bed, there's no way around it. They're going to touch your uniform. It's just you're leaning across the bed, you're securing corners, they're going to touch your uniform. And what I want to point out is that your uniform is not clean. That's okay. We have to have clean hands to get our linens. Well, that was part of barrier. We've already learned that. Nothing new here to learn so far. We don't snap or shake linens. Well, we already learned that too. That was part of privacy blanket. So, I mean, we're repeating a whole lot of stuff. Why do you think I'm repeating it? It's important. It is a checkpoint on this skill. Clean rolls towards you, dirty rolls away. This is our first new thing that we're going to learn, and I'm going to show you why. But this one's pretty important. Don't let clean or dirty linens touch the floor. Now, at home, when you change the sheets on your bed, that's right. You probably take the sheets off and they go right on the floor while you put the clean sheets on. And then you gather up the dirty sheets, take them to the laundry room, and you put them in the washer and you wash them. You cannot do that in a clinical setting. We can't throw soiled sheets on the floor. Remember, people walk through that. And those soiled sheets might have all kinds of soiled on them. So we can't just throw them on the floor. So where do we put them? Well, in a clinical setting, you're going to have a hamper like this, but it's usually out in the hallway. You can't bring it into a patient's room. So that's a problem because you don't want to be walking back and forth to a hallway to try to get rid of the dirty linen. So what do you do with them? If I can't put them on the floor and I can't get to the hamper, what do I do with them? In most cases, you're going to get a bag, a soiled linen bag. Some places they're light blue, a really, really light blue. You're going to open the bag and put the bag on the floor. You can put it on chucks if you want, doesn't matter, but you're going to put the bag down. The linens go in the bag. The bag becomes your barrier. Does that make sense? Okay. But you can't put the linens directly on the floor. Now, if you don't have a bag for whatever reason, then you can use a chucks on the floor as your barrier. But linens themselves cannot go directly on the floor. Now, for the test, they're going to make this super easy for you. There is a basket at the end of the bed. Super easy. So you're just going to take the stuff off the bed, put it right in the basket. You don't have to worry too much about it. But in a clinical setting, you need to know the process here. Now, when you take stuff off of the bed and you put it in the bag, in most cases, that bag is going to go to an off-site laundry. So some sort of a commercial linen company that cleans stuff. In most cases, they don't open the bags. The bag itself goes right into the washer. These are the original Tide Pods. This is where Tide Pods came from. Yeah, the bags are water soluble and they actually contain the soap, the industrial soap that's used. Yeah. Not all bags are like that, but a majority are. Now, the reason for this is we don't know what's in those linens, right? There could be body fluids, there could be blood, there may even be used needles that got missed. If you're working in laundry, you're there to do laundry. You're not there to put your life at risk, which is why these processes exist, to keep the laundry personnel safe. So that also means that anything else in the bag is going right into the washer, like hearing aids or dentures or earrings or cell phones, or insert whatever you don't want in the washer here. So you've got to make sure when you're removing linens from the bed and putting them in the bag that there's nothing extra in those linens that shouldn't be. Because once they go into the washer and into the dryer, there's no getting back whatever got ruined. Okay, so make sure you're looking for foreign objects. Does that make sense? Makes sense. The big thing here is that linens don't go directly on the floor. That's a really, really big thing. Really big thing. All right, so unused items must be discarded. This is another principle. This is a nursing principle. I want you to look at that supply shelf kind of like it's an ATM machine. If you take stuff out, you need to use what you took. You can't shove extra back in. So know what you need to take. But if you take, let's say that I grabbed 2 pillowcases by accident and I didn't need to, but I took 2 by accident, I can't put the extra one back. Once it has moved from clean, it's no longer clean. I mean, it is. I haven't used it. I haven't done anything with it, but it may be contaminated and I can't put it back. So you either use it or you lose it. Anything that's not used goes into dirty linen. It's going to have to be rewashed. Now, this is a problem because in most settings, most long-term care settings, you're going to go into work and you're going to get reports. The person that's going off shift is going to tell you all about the patients that you're about to take on. They're going to tell you, how much activity they have, how they eat, what's going on with them, vital signs. You're going to get the whole lowdown in a shift report. And then right after shift report, those people go home. They need to. They've just been on, at work for a long time. They go home. So now the people that are starting the shift treat it like a relay race, and they all go running for the clean supply room, and they take everything they think they're going to need for the entire shift. And they put it in all the rooms. And then halfway through the shift, somebody's going to run out of what they need, and a patient isn't going to get the care they need. And this is a principle. If you take a whole bunch of stuff and you distribute it room to room to room to room, those things are out of your sight. They are not considered clean. They're not considered clean. So we've got to be careful here. We need to take what we need, but we need to use what we take right away. We don't want to stockpile in patients' rooms for later. Okay. Remember I said that your facilities get audited or, get inspected about once a year. This is one of the things they look for. They actually go into rooms to see, are there linens hanging out that aren't being used? And if there are, it's a deficiency, because you can't be sure that those linens are clean once your eyes leave them. So, patient, we put some linens in the patient's room on the bedside chair, because we're going to go in later and change the sheets. Wife comes in with 2 cups of coffee. She trips over a cord or, tubing that's on the floor, and some of the coffee spills. She looks around, she sees a washcloth, picks it up, cleans up the floor, because she doesn't want to leave the coffee on the floor, but there's no dirty hamper. So she doesn't know what to do with that washcloth. So she folds it back up and puts it back on the stack. Happens every day. Those linens, once you leave them, you cannot be sure that they are clean. Lots of people have access to those linens. Okay. Take what you need, use what you take. Anything else gets discarded. There will be a written test question on that. There will be. All right, so here's our important checkpoints. These are the things we need to know. I'm going to show you how to do the skill, but keep these in mind to see if you can recognize each one of these as we go. So if we're going to change the bottom sheet, we want the patient to take up the least amount of space in the bed possible, because I got to change the sheet. So I'm going to make sure they're on their side, but if they're on their side, they need to be in the middle of the bed. Always, patients need to be in the middle. I don't care if they're on their back, on their side, or on their head. I don't care. They need to be in the middle of the bed. So once the patient turns onto their side, check to see, are they in the middle of the bed? Then I'm going to change the sheet around them. Clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls. Yeah. So I'm going to take that dirty sheet, unclip the 2 corners on the side I'm on, and I'm going to roll it toward the patient. I'm going to tuck it under the patient as far as I can. I'm going to tuck as far as I can. Then I'm gonna put that clean sheet on and roll it toward me. And I'm gonna tuck that under the dirty sheet. Remember, the patient's still in bed. It's okay. Then I'm gonna get the patient back on their back in the middle, go around to the other side, have them turn on their back or on their side facing away from me again. And I'm gonna take the dirty sheet off and put the clean sheet on. Then we'll put the top sheet on, put the pillowcase on. That's super easy. Okay. The bottom sheet is the hard sheet. Remember, to remain behind the patient's behind. We're going to learn this other principle, scoot and roll. We're going to learn that on Wednesday. But this is our principle here. Remain behind the patient's behind. I'll explain why on Wednesday. We want to smooth any wrinkles. Yeah, there's a patient in the bed. We're putting a sheet on with a patient in the bed. We're not going to get it wrinkle free, but you want to try to remove as many wrinkles as you can because wrinkles contribute to bed sores. Yep. We're going to make hospital corners. I'll show you how, not as hard as you think. We're going to loosen the sheet over the toes because you don't want it, push the toes down. It's uncomfortable if it's too tight. And we're going to replace the pillowcase with the opening facing away from the door. That's because there's lots of people in the hallway, a lot of germs. Some of those germs are traveling on air currents. We don't want those air currents to come in and find a nice, warm, dark, moist place to land inside the pillowcase because patient breathes that in all day and night. So the opening is going to face away from the door. Good? Good? I'm going to show you in person, but we also have a video. Yeah, I'm going to show you all of it right now. But there is a video on my website. So the videos I've been showing you, I've got one on occupied bed. And I can show you the video, but I'd rather do this one live and talk through it. But you can always watch that video on my main website anytime you want to under skills videos. It's also in the course. Okay. I am going to need a volunteer. Somebody to go lay down in that bed underneath the top sheet, please. Yeah, underneath the top sheet. No, you can leave your shoes on. It's fine. Okay, so here's our view. So you guys can see, you'll be able to see the top down. This is the side view. So you can go back and watch. Remember that I put the video replay in the emails. So you can actually watch today's lesson if you wanted to watch the replay. So you'll be able to see this on the screen. You guys will also be able to see it live in front of you. Okay. So I'm going to do this whole skill from beginning to end.
You're doing good so far, girl.
Okay, so really quick before I get started, let me remind you, or let's go over this together. This patient, what's your name? Maddie. Maddie, she's so sweet, isn't she? She is fully clothed, holding on to all of her own body fluids like a champ, has no open skin anywhere. Do I need gloves to do this skill on this patient right now? No. Now, if any of those parameters changed, would I need gloves? Okay. So keep that in mind. Chances are, if your patient cannot get out of bed, they're probably leaking something. Okay. Here we go. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I am fantastic. I'm going to change the sheets. Is that okay? I'm going to close your curtain. Let me go wash my hands real quick, get my supplies, and then we'll get started, okay? Okay. So over here at the sink, I'm going to turn the faucet on, wet my hands. I'm going to apply a lot of soap because bubbles count. I'm going to look at the clock and I'm going to start to wash. I'm going to wash the tops of my wrists, the backs of my hands, in between my fingers, in between my thumb and index finger, the bottom of my hand by my pinky, and the palm of my hand for at least 20 seconds. That was 20 seconds. Now I'm going to go down each one of my nails with my thumb. Circle the nails on the palm of the hand, and then rinse. I'm going to tap to keep the water in the sink. And then I'm going to get whatever paper towels I need to dry my hands. I want to go from the bottom toward the top. But I'm not going to dry anything that's not clean. Throw those away, clean dry paper towel to turn the faucet off. So now that I have clean hands, we're going to start gathering our supplies. But first, we need a barrier. So I'm going to put it on the table, and then I'll get my supplies. For this skill, I need a top sheet, a bottom sheet, and a pillowcase. Patient's going to be uncovered during the skill, so I'll get a privacy blanket. All right, Miss Jones, I'm going to put this blanket over you. This is going to keep you warm and protect your privacy while we do this, okay? All right. Remember, I'm not going to snap it or shake it. I'm just going to unfold it. Can you hold that for me? And I'm going to pull the sheet off the bed, okay? Notice how I do this. She's not ever exposed. So I'll remove this. When I take anything off the bed, I want to ball it up so that it doesn't contaminate other surfaces. And I'm going to put this into dirty linen. I don't want to put it on my table because my clean stuff is there. I'll put it right in dirty linen. All right, Miss Jones, can you scoot your whole body toward me? And then roll so you're facing that. There you go. That way she's facing that wall. Now I'm behind her behind. Keep that in mind. We're going to go over that next week, but that's going to be an important principle. I want to make sure she doesn't roll off the bed. If I just had her roll, she'd be way too close to the edge. So I'm going to loosen the corners here. Clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls. Yep. So I'm going to roll this away from me toward the patient. And I'm going to roll it kind of tight. So you should be able to see this on the overhead view. And I'm going to tuck it up underneath the patient as far as I can. Now, I don't want the patient to roll back onto this bare mattress. Patients should not be on bare mattresses. So we're going to cover that bare mattress with the clean sheet in just a minute. So I'm going to get the new sheet. We're going to unfold. Remember, we're not going to snap it. When we unfold it, we're going to take the corner and attach it to the bottom. Then take the other corner and attach it to the top. And then we're going to roll this one toward us. So clean rolls toward me. But when I do this, I really want to try to get it as tight as I can because this is going to help reduce wrinkles. So I'm going to get this as tight as I can, lift that dirty sheet up and tuck this underneath. And if I do that right, it should reduce the wrinkles underneath the patient. So even though there's a body in the bed, we can get it pretty wrinkle-free. Once or twice. Believe it or not, I have used this more with my kids than I have in a clinical setting. Because guys, if a patient can't get out of bed, I'm not making the bed with them in it. Okay. We only do this if they can't get out of bed for some reason. But little kids, when they get sick, they don't get out of bed very well. I've used this with kids more than I have in a clinical setting. Okay, come back onto your back and scoot to the middle of the bed, big speed bump. There you go. And now we're just going to do it all over again. So come my way and then turn that way for me. Beautiful. So now I'm just going to remove the sheet, ball it up. This is going to go into dirty linen. And then we'll straighten the new sheet out and secure the corners. Wrinkle free. Come back onto your back and scoot to the middle. Perfect. All right, so now we're going to put the top sheet on. I'm just going to unfold it. And I want to put it on the bed so it's roughly even. I'm going to take that privacy blanket away now, okay? So now that we have a sheet, I don't need the blanket. So I'll remove the privacy blanket, ball it up. And now I need to make hospital corners. Hospital corners aren't nearly as stressful as people try to make them out to be. All I'm trying to do is keep the corners off of the floor. Remember, there's pathogens on the floor. So to do that, to make a good hospital corner, we want to tuck the sheet under the mattress, not just down. So I'm going to take the free end of the sheet down here, this end. I'm going to lift the mattress up and I'm going to tuck this underneath the mattress. And if you look, you can actually see how it's tucked under the mattress. So now I'm going to come down about a foot from the end of the bed, pick the top flap only straight up, and that makes a triangle. Can you see my triangle? No? No? Oh, I can't fix it. Sorry. And I'm going to tuck everything in. So let me come over here and show you. I'm going to have to adjust that. Okay. So over here, we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to tuck this flap underneath the mattress so it's flat. See how it's flat under the mattress? I'm going to come down about a foot from the end of the bed, pick the top flap only, not down here. I don't want this part. I want the top flap only, straight up. That makes a triangle. Everything else gets tucked underneath. And that's a hospital corner. This is tight on her toes though. So we want to loosen that sheet to give her some wiggle. Can I steal your pillow? I'll bring it right back. Now this pillow has been drooled on, sneezed on, coughed on. I do not want to put it up under my chin next to my face.
Sure.
So I'm going to remove the pillowcase like this. We'll put this inside out in dirty linen. And then to put the new pillowcase on, I'm going to open the pillowcase and I'm going to scrunch it up like a sock all the way to the corners. And then I'm going to take the tag side. Here, I'm going to bring this over so you guys can see the tag side up. I'm going to put the pillowcase on top of the tag side of the pillow, like a nightcap. Fold the whole thing and just pull the sides down. Way better than shimmying. The opening is going to face away from the door. There we go. How's that? Comfy? Okay, here's your call light. There you go. We're going to clean the environment. So this is going to be thrown away. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? I'll see what I can find. Open the curtain. My environment is clean. I'm going to go wash my hands. I'll probably read the care plan one more time. Care plan told me to change the top sheet, bottom sheet, and pillowcase. Told me a blanket, an underpad, and a bedspread wasn't required. Told me the patient had to remain in bed. So I fulfilled the care plan. I don't need to make any corrections. So I'll tell the evaluator my skill is done. Thank you. All right, any questions on that one?
She has a question.
Yes,
Um,
not at all. You need to understand, I like questions because they let me know that you're still awake.
Okay, so in a nutshell, if you were dealing with somebody like I have in the past, unresponsive and cannot move on their own, it's very hard to lift. I don't want to use the term, but wait, how do you maneuver that? Because that's rough. And I've had help and it's
Okay, so if you look on Wednesday, so our schedule for Wednesday, on Wednesday, we have supported sideline position. And I'm going to show you how to position a patient to turn them and move them easily without their help. So I can actually turn somebody about 3 times my body weight with no assistance at all. And it's not because I'm strong. Clearly, I don't spend much time at the gym, guys. Okay. It's not because I'm strong. It's because I know how to position the patient to use gravity and torque to my advantage. So I'm going to show you guys that. And once I show you that, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, I've been doing it wrong my whole life. And this would have been so helpful 40 years ago, you know, so it will help you, but that will be on Wednesday. We're going to talk about that on Wednesday as well. Yep. Yeah, it's a whole lecture I got to give you. But the short answer is you cannot use side rails on the state exam. Yep. Cannot use side rails for safety on the state exam. All right, so we'll get to that. I promise. Okay, so we are going to have time here for respiration. So let's go to page 37. Oh, go to the retail store. Yeah, go. Aw, she's good. Okay. No, she's good. All right. So page 37 is measure and record respirations. Do you guys remember pulse? This looks just like pulse, identical. So if you look at the videos, they look the same. Our care plan here says patient will be lying in bed for skill, count the patient's respirations for a full minute and record your reading. That's it. That's all we have to do here. So we're still counting for a minute. Pulse, we counted for a minute. Respirations, we're going to count for a minute. We're going to count with the evaluator. So we have to say start out loud. We have to say stop out loud. What's different here is what we're counting. So for this skill, we're going to count breathing. In and out counts as 1. So it doesn't matter whether you count on the inhale or if you count on the hold or you count on the exhale. Doesn't matter. It counts as 1. The whole thing counts as 1. Okay. Does that make sense? Okay. So patients aren't going to breathe that exaggerated though. I mean, it's not, they don't like, breathing is easy, quiet, even, hard to pick up on unless the patient's having a problem. So if you can really tell they're breathing, that's a problem that needs to be reported, right? If they're struggling, if it's noisy. So most of the time, respirations are kind of hard to pick up. They really are. Now, this is going to make it a little easier for you because it says the patient is lying in bed. When the patient's lying in bed, you can see the tummy go up and down. It does make it a little bit easier to count the respirations. So they really do make it easy. This is going to be a live patient skill. They're going to give somebody with your level of experience 5 minutes to do this skill. You're only counting for 1. Way more time than you need. Patient's going to be in bed, which makes it easier to see the respirations, and documentation is required. This skill is the most commonly tested skill on the test. It is the most commonly tested skill. Because remember, they have to give you 1 documentation skill. Remember that? They got to give you 1 documentation skill. Well, this is, from the evaluator standpoint, this is the easiest documentation skill. Because the others, pulse, well, both of them have to count with. Emptying the drainage bag, that's a lot of setup. Feeding, ugh. So this really is the simplest documentation skill from their standpoint, from the test administration standpoint. So it is the most common documentation skill. So if you go to page 17 real quick, you can see that respirations is actually on, I think, 4 different care plan sets for the test. Three or 4.
What page, please?
17.
Thank you very much. I didn't know.
4. I thought it was 4. Normal values for respirations is between 12 and 20. That's what we're hoping for. If we get more than 12, what do? Tell the nurse. You can recount just in case if you want, but tell the nurse. If you get under 12, what do? Tell the nurse. Now, some people that are a little chill may have a low respiration rate. Awesome for them. Some people that are a little anxious, and for the test, you might be a little anxious. If you're a patient in a clinical setting and you're away from home and surrounded by strangers, you might be a little anxious. You may have a higher breathing rate. But it's not up to us to figure out if it's okay or not. We're just going to report it. Okay, good. But normal is between 12 and 20. Now for the test, you can be off by 2 breaths in either direction. So remember, normal is between 12 and 20. So if the evaluator gets 16 and you get 14, 15, 16, 17, or 18, you are still considered accurate. Guys, normal's between 12 and 20. They're giving you half of that range. That's insane. It's not about accuracy. This skill is not about accuracy. It's about technique. They're just trying to see, do you know what you're doing here? Okay. All right, so page 37. Respirations, there's no real supplies here. You need a clock to time it. You need a pen and a documentation form. That's it. But this is what they're going to grade you on. These are the checkpoints. In addition to skill rules, opening, and closing. Remember that. These are our checkpoints. Respirations are always reported over 1 minute, just like pulse. So if I tell you somebody's got a respiration rate of 16, that means they breathe 16 times in a minute. Normal is between 12 and 20. But this is the important one here. Don't tell the patient you're counting their respirations. If I tell you I'm going to count your breathing, ready, set, go. Yeah. You'll either start breathing more exaggerated or you'll just stop breathing altogether because now you're aware of it and your body goes, ugh. So we don't tell the patient we're counting the respirations, but wait, we got to get consent. So how do we get consent if we can't tell them what we're doing? How do you do that? Well, we're going to tell them we're going to take their vital signs. Yeah, vital signs, not respirations, vital signs, because respirations is part of vital signs. They don't need to know which one. Okay. Same thing as pulse. You're going to say start when you start counting. You're going to say stop when you stop counting. So hopefully the evaluators get the same number you do. But remember, you got that huge margin of error. It doesn't matter whether you count on the inhale, the hold, or the exhale. I don't care. Nobody cares because the whole thing counts as one. Okay. So if you pick a starting point on the clock and you say start and they're exhaling, it counts because it's part of that whole cycle. You don't have to wait till the inhale to start to count. This is a documentation skill, so you got to remember to document at the end. Good? Okay. So I'm going to show you a couple things with this. I do need somebody to go lay down in bed, though. All you got to do is breathe. Okay, go ahead. What's that?
Question regarding.
Yes.
For the test, every candidate will get one documentation skill.
Yes. One document. Yeah, just lay right on top of the sheet for me, please. All right. So this is a documentation skill. That means that if you get this skill, the evaluator is going to give you a documentation form before you ever get started. They're also going to give you a pen. They don't expect you to have one. So before you start this skill, they're going to give you these two items. You want to put them in a place that's visible. So you're going to put them right on the overbed table before you ever get started. That way you're able to okay. That way you're able to remember to document at the end. Give me just 1 second here. I'm going to do picture in picture. Okay. All right, so here we have the overhead view. You'll be able to count along. So some of you may be able to see the respirations from where you're at. Others, you'll be able to look on here. You can also see the oblique angle at the bottom if you want to review this later. All right, So this is my second skill that I performed for the test. Remember, I did bed making a few minutes ago. So the evaluator told me I can simulate hand washing after that skill. So simulate just means say. You're only going to have to physically wash your hands at the beginning of the first skill and the end of the first skill. And after that, they're going to tell you just simulate hand washing for the rest of your skills. But remember that simulate means say. So I'm going to show you how to do this skill, simulating hand washing. Okay? Everybody ready? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you some stuff. Hold on. All right. So there's a problem with respirations. And the problem is, well, first, you don't look comfortable. Can you just get down just a bit? Okay. Better? Okay. So the problem is this. If I come over and I'm going to count respirations and I do this, it's a little awkward, isn't it? If I'm just standing there completely silent for a minute, you guys remember how long a minute was? And I am staring at a body, not touching, not talking, just staring. That is really high on the creep meter. So you don't want the patient to get all anxious, because what happens to a respiration rate when they're anxious? Sure. So to do this, I'm going to tell him, I'm going to count his I'm going to count his vital signs. I'm not telling him I'm counting respirations, but I want him to think I'm taking the pulse. So to do this skill, I'm actually going to hold his wrist. I'm not holding, I don't have his pulse. I'm just holding his wrist. He doesn't know that. This is more comfortable for the patient. Pretty cool, right? So you can't just stare at somebody. It gets, it's just a little weird. The other thing is that we want to make these respirations easy to see. So if you look at his tummy, put your arms at your sides for me. If you look at his tummy, you probably can see it moving up and down. When he breathes. But it's kind of hard to pick up because the movements are very shallow, very small motions. But there is something you can do to make this easier to see. If you put an alcohol pad on the tummy, you can actually see the respirations way easier. Now, remember, for the test, your evaluators have to count along with you. So if you can do that, if you put an alcohol pad on their tummy, those evaluators can stay way on the other side of the room and still be able to count effectively. You can use this for the test. No problem. You can use it in a clinical setting. No problem. At some point, but it's kind of like training wheels, at some point you probably won't need it anymore, and that's okay. But use it while you've got it. There are still some patients that breathe so shallowly that I'll use an alcohol pad just because it's really hard to pick it up and I want to make sure I'm accurate. Now, the thing about alcohol pads is, though, if I put anything else on his tummy, he's going to ask, what's that there for? What do you need that for? What are you going to use that for? He'll ask me a million questions. I don't want questions. I want to get in, do my job, get out. So alcohol pads are mystical, magical, and medical. Patients associate alcohol pads with medicine. He will assume I need that for something later. And if he asks, that's what I'm going to tell him. I need that for something later. And he'll go, okay. We've trained our patients. It's awesome. Right? So an alcohol pad is the one thing you can use that they're not going to question. It's light. It doesn't interfere with breathing, but the patients tend to accept it a whole lot better. And it's disposable. You just throw it away when you're done. Okay, good. All right. So I'm going to do my opening. I'm going to put the alcohol pad on. I'm going to look at the clock. I'm going to pick a starting point. I'm going to say start out loud. I want you guys to count along silently. When I'm all done, I'll say stop, and you write down on your book or wherever the number you got, or remember the number you got, And then when I'm all done with my closing and documenting, I'll tell you what I got and we'll see how close you guys are. Okay. You can't see, you'll probably be able to see on the screen, or you can walk up a little bit closer if you'd like. Here we go. Oops, hold on. Okay, here we go. Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Wonderful. I need to get your vital signs. Is that okay? All right, I'm going to close your curtain. Let me go wash my hands and I'll be right back. I've washed my hands. Okay, I just need to lay this here for a second. Get set up. Are you comfortable? This is going to take me about a minute. I'll let you know when I'm done, but I will need you to remain quiet during this time, okay? All right, ready, set, start. Stop. Very good, Mr. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Sure. All right, let me get your call light here. Okay, there's your call light. If you need anything at all, please press that red button. I'm going to wash my hands and then document. After documenting, I'm going to wash my hands again and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. Thank you. All right, so what'd you guys get?
I got 21. I got 19.
Okay. So somewhere between 19 and 21, I got 20. So you guys are right on the money. It depends on whether you counted the first one. And right as I said, stop, he started another, went to take another breath. So depends on which one you count, but you guys are all right in line with where you should be. Right. So you're going to look at the clock and pick a starting point. Doesn't matter where the second hand, what number it's on. But in this case, I started with the second hand on the 12. It made it easy. And then I said start. Now I got to wait till that second hand gets all the way back to that 12 to say stop. So you're not going to stare at the clock because I got to count the respirations. I'm just going to glance at it now and then. More frequently, the closer it gets to the end. Okay.
Yeah, that was good. I could see much better.
Sorry, my planner died. Right. Okay. All right. So any questions on that skill? Okay. Let's move on to the big skill of the day, blood pressure. Does anybody have any questions before we move on?
These are on.
Yeah, I'm going to walk you through each part of it in just a few minutes, but first I want to explain what blood pressure is and how we take it, and then we'll get into the equipment. I'm going to help those of you who need to put your kits together. I'll help you. But I'm going to teach you how to use each part of, each part of the supplies, because there's a right and a wrong way to use a stethoscope. There's a right and a wrong way to use a blood pressure cuff. So we have to go over all that. But if you go to page 38 of your skills book, this is a non-tested skill. That means for the state exam, this is not going to be on the state exam. It's a non-tested skill. So you'll never, it won't be on a care plan set. You'll never have to demonstrate blood pressure for the test. Now, that doesn't mean you don't need to know blood pressure. You still need to know it for the written test. You'll have some questions on vital signs on the written test. But more importantly, you're going to need to know it out there in a clinical setting, which is why I teach it. You're not going to get this today. You're going to have an idea. You're going to start to dial it in, but you're not in any way accurate today. You're not going to be accurate this week. It takes about 45 blood pressures before you really start to get it down. So be kind to yourself. Don't think that you're ahead of that curve. You're not. It's going to take about 45 blood pressures to get this down. Okay. All right. So let's talk about what a blood pressure is. This should look familiar to you from pulse. We have a heart on the left side of the chest. The heart squeezes, it pushes out a wave of blood. That wave pushes out the one in front of it. That wave pushes one in front of it. And this is how blood moves through the circulatory system. As the wave moves through, it forms a bulge in the artery. That's what we feel with pulse. You guys remember that? That's what we feel with pulse. But let's go just a little bit deeper for blood pressure. So when the wave of blood is in that area, there's more pressure, right? More volume, more pressure right there. In between the waves, less pressure. That's when the heart's resting. So blood pressure is how much pressure is inside this artery when a wave is moving through and how much is inside the artery at rest. That's what we're measuring. So a good way for you to kind of visualize this is if you've got a water faucet or a spigot outside of your house, you have a hose attached to it. Go out to that spigot and turn it on full force. Water comes through the hose. The hose expands, gets bigger, gets harder, more pressure inside because there's water. Turn that faucet off. The hose empties out, becomes squishier, less pressure inside. Make sense? So all the heart does is turn the faucet on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, about 70 times a minute for your entire life. Your heart never takes a break. No coffee breaks, no vacations. It has to work 24/7 or you die. It's kind of an important thing. So that's all the heart is doing. On, off, on, off. When the faucet is on, that area of the vessel, more pressure. When the faucet is off, that area of the blood vessel, less pressure. What we want to do is measure how much pressure each time, on and off. We're going to use some equipment to do that. Okay. Do you guys have like just a very vague understanding of this? That's all I need is just kind of a vague understanding. All right, so we're going to use two pieces of equipment to make this happen. We're going to use a blood pressure cuff, this thing, that's going to close an artery off. We're literally closing an artery. So we don't want this to last a long time. You're closing an artery. Arteries are kind of essential. They take blood to areas of the body. If we're closing off the artery, that means a hand is not getting enough blood. You take too long at this, that hand's going to reach up and smack you. Okay, because it wants some blood. So you don't want to take forever at this. That makes sense? So we're going to close off that artery by pumping air into the cuff. We're going to use that bulb. We're going to put air into the cuff. That cuff is going to expand, and as it expands, it presses in on the arm. The muscles, as everything gets pressed in and compressed, those muscles actually crimp off, like crimping off a straw. Those muscles crimp off the artery. Then we're going to slowly deflate that cuff. And as we deflate it, the pressure comes off of that artery. It opens a little more, a little more, a little more, a little more, a little more. Now, in all of this time, the heart is still beating. Thump, 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 pushing out blood, waves of blood. Thump, thump, thump. Those waves of blood are lining up. Thump, 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 waiting to get through. Thump, 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 lined up. Got the visual? Right now, the road is closed. As we deflate the cuff, that road opens a little bit, that artery opens up, and those waves that were waiting, the first one is able to push its way through. And when it does, the artery is so small that as it pushes its way through, it's hitting the top of an artery. We hear that. We hear that wave of blood hitting the top of the artery, and it makes a thunk sound. That's what we're listening to, is a wave of blood hitting the top of an artery. Now, as the artery expands, because we keep letting the air out, right? The artery expands more and more waves are going to get through. If the first one made it through, the rest of them can go. So they make it through. So thong, 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 we hear those because they hit the artery's still small. They hit the top of the artery, but the artery's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And eventually waves are going to get through. They're not going to hit the top of the artery anymore. And we lose our thunk sounds. Good. The very first thunk sound that you hear, wherever the needle is, that's your top number. The very last thunk sound you hear, wherever the needle is, that's your bottom number of your blood pressure. So all we're doing here is inflating the cuff, deflating the cuff, listening for the first thunk and the last clear thunk. Those two numbers are the blood pressure. So this is not a hard scale. There's no math involved. We're not counting anything. We're listening for the first. Where's the needle? We're listening for the last. Where's the needle? That becomes our blood pressure. Okay. So as CNAs, we do normal. Do you guys remember hearing that? CNAs do normal. Routine tasks, stable patients. That is our wheelhouse. Routine tasks, stable patients. That means as CNAs, we are going to inflate up to somewhere between 160 and 180 and stop. We don't go way over here. These are not routine patients. We go up to somewhere between 160 and 180, and then we deflate. Make sense? Good. Who would have to do the ones up here? Yeah, it's not a stable patient. That is not us. This hurts big time. What effect do you think pain has on blood pressure? Yeah, it makes it higher. So as CNAs, we're just trying to find a problem. That's all we're trying to do. Like, do you have a problem? 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 Oh, you got a problem. I got to report that to the nurse. That's all we're trying to do. Find a problem. If we, I love this saying, right? Don't start nothing, won't be nothing, right? That's what this is. If you inflate this cuff above 180, you've started something. You're going to get a high blood pressure, but not because the patient's got a high blood pressure. It's because you started something. You caused the high blood pressure result. Does that make sense? Right? So we're going to inflate somewhere between 160 and 180, and we're going to start to let that needle come down. Now you're in control of that needle, 100%, all you. If the needle's moving too fast, that's you. If the needle's moving too slow, that's you. If the needle stops and the hand slaps you, that's you. Okay. So we don't want that needle to stop. We want this at a nice, slow, controlled rate all the way to 0. Now, the rate should look like a second hand just going backwards. That's what our rate should look like. Okay, nice, slow, steady, controlled rate. Have you ever had a blood pressure taken where they pumped the cuff up and it went, and then they gave you some numbers? Yeah, they pulled those numbers out of their hat. Okay. Nice, slow, steady, controlled rate, because all we're doing here is listening. If that needle is speeding by, your brain did not have enough time to figure out that your ear heard a sound, tell your eyes to look where the needle is. Needle's 3 miles away now. That's not accurate. So you need it slow enough to pick all that up, but not so slow that the arm is deprived of oxygen. So this is going to take a little practice on your part. That's why I said you're not going to get it all today. Now this takes eye, hand, and ear coordination. So your hand has to pump up that bulb to get that needle up. Your hand has to work the little valve to get that needle to come down at a nice slow rate without letting it stop. Your ears have to listen for a sound. Your eyes have to see where the needle is when that sound occurs. And then your brain has to figure out what number all that is. And there's a lot going on. And if you're hungry, good luck. Okay. A lot going on with this. It takes muscle memory. The only way to get good at this is to practice. Don't practice on anybody under 13. This hurts little arms. We don't want to make little people afraid of medicine. That's no good. Don't practice this on anyone over 80. They've got their own health issues. They don't need to be your guinea pigs. Stay away from them. Anybody between 13 and 80, if you can fit the cuff on them, tackle them. Right? They need to be your patients. So neighbors, friends, family, neighbors of friends, friends of neighbors. We'll take anybody, but we need to practice. So when you're looking at this gauge, so all of you have gauges, you can pull out your kit and look at your gauge. We'll put everything together in a minute, but let's learn how to read these gauges. So when you're looking at the gauges, they're going to be marked in 20s. So here we've got a line for 20, line for 40, line for 60, line for 80, and one for 100. The big lines in between, those are your 10s. So 20, there's 30. 40, there's 50. 60, there's 70. But 70 isn't marked. You just need to know the big line is 10. The little itty bitty teeny tiny lines, those are 2s. So if you look here, this is the line for 40. This one's 42, 44, 46, 48, and then that big line is 50. They're 2s. Make sense? Okay, couple things. First, don't inflate your cuff unless it's wrapped around something, because you can blow up. There's a balloon inside. If it doesn't have anything to press against, it actually can pop. So don't inflate your cuff unless it's pressed around something. When you're reading this dial, remember that the needle is going backwards. That's going to affect how you read these markings, because the needle is going backwards. So when we do this, we're going to inflate our cuff and we're going to deflate, and it's going to be quiet. We're not going to hear any sounds right away. It's going to be quiet. So quiet, 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 quiet. We're listening for the first, right? We're listening for the first. The first means nothing came before it. The first. Okay, those of you who need to put your kits together, it does not matter which end the bulb goes on or which one the gauge goes on. Does not matter. So the two pieces sticking off of it, one of them gets a gauge, the other one gets a bulb. Just put them on as hard as you can. Most of yours are probably already attached. All right, so we're going to inflate this cup to somewhere between 160 and 180. It's going to deflate and be quiet. Nothing happening. Nothing happening. Now, normal, let me go to the next, well, we'll get there in a minute. Normal for the top numbers between 100 and 119. So if we're inflating up here to somewhere around 180 and normal is under 120, that's a whole lot of quiet. Your brain will try to talk you out of this. Your brain is going to say something like, I'm not hearing anything. Did I miss it? Oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm doing. Why did I think I could learn this? I mean, your brain will do all kinds of really crazy stuff to you. And you're so busy listening to your brain, you're not listening for the thumps. Tell your brain to stop. Just listen for the thumps. When you hear that first thump, wherever that needle is, there's your top number. You'll hear more thumps. We don't care about those. We're not counting them. They don't matter. I don't care. We're listening for the last clear thump. But the problem is the last one doesn't announce itself. It doesn't say, get ready, get set, here I come, ta-da. It doesn't do that. It just thump, 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 thump. Oh, where was that last one? So you have to pay attention to each one as they come down because any of them could be the last one. Now, some of you are going to have trouble with the top one. You're my dreamers. If you have trouble with your brain going out and picking daisies while you're supposed to be concentrating on stuff, right? And you're listening and you know, your brain is thinking about a million other things. I turn the coffee pot off. I feed my cat. What am I supposed to make? You may just totally zone out and miss it. So some of you are going to have trouble on the first one. Some of you, you're my dreamers. The top number, you're my dreamers. Some of you are my dancers. You're going to have trouble on the bottom one because you're rhythm oriented. If you get into a rhythm, right? And if our heartbeats beat on a rhythm, you'll actually start to pick this up. And then when I stop, how many of you filled in that next one? If you filled in that next one, you're going to have trouble with the bottom one because you're not going to be real sure. Oh my gosh, was it a thump or did I make it a thump when it really wasn't? I'm not sure. So some of you, my dancers, are going to have trouble on the bottom end. Some of you, like me, are going to have trouble on both. I'm a dreamer and a dancer. I mean, it took me a while to get this down. Okay, so you're in good company. But I bring that to your attention because if you're aware of it, then you can start working on strategies to help yourself overcome it. Okay, so some of you will pick daisies and you're not paying attention. Others, you'll get into the rhythm. Now, these thumps that we're listening for, they actually have a name. They're called Korotkov sounds, but they truly are thunks. I mean, that's what they are. So if we inflate this cup up to here and we slowly deflate and we get our first thump right about here. So this graphic right here is on the bottom of page 30. Is it 38? Yeah, so take a look at that and see if you can tell me what number, I know it's really kind of hard to say, but what number is that first thump heard at? Everybody around 106-ish? Yeah, around 106. Okay, where's the last thump heard at? Okay, so I know it's kind of hard to see on there, so let's look over here. We've got the big line for 60. There's 62, 64, 66. Right, 106 over 66. There's going to be a margin of error here, guys, because the needle's still moving. So it's around. The only way to get a truly, completely accurate blood pressure is to let a machine do it. Because remember, we have to have our ears listen, our eyes figure out where the needle is, and the needle is moving the whole time. And then the brain has to decipher that. That's a lot going on. Machines are a little more accurate at this. But the big thing is, don't give me an odd number. Don't tell me it's 107 over 69 or something like that. Yeah, I know you're guessing. There, you can't look, you cannot point to 107. There's no line for 107 on this dial. When you give me an odd number, I know you have no idea. You are guessing. So report even numbers. Machines can take odd numbers. They can give us odd numbers because they're way more precise than we are. Good. Questions on this? Okay. So our two numbers that make up the blood pressure is where we first hear the thump and where we hear the last clear thump. Normal for the top numbers between 100 and 119. That's normal. Normal for the bottom is between 60 and 79. That's normal. So if you get a blood pressure of 140 over 80, is that normal? What do we do? Yeah, tell the nurse. Absolutely. All right, so let's take a look at page 39 real quick. And there's a couple things that I want to tell you. When you're taking a blood pressure first, you need to ask the patient which arm you can use. Sometimes it'll be on the care plan, you know, if your patient has a care plan, but at home, when you're practicing on neighbors and friends and family and things, you need to be asking, which arm can I use? There's a lot of reasons why we can't use a specific arm. A lot of reasons. You don't need to know what they all are. But if your patient has any of those reasons, they've been told, don't let anybody take a blood pressure in your whatever arm. And we're pretty graphic. We bring out pictures and we tell them what's going to happen to them if they do let anybody take blood pressure in that arm. And they'll be pretty protective of that arm. And they'll probably hide it behind them, go, not my left arm. They're pretty protective of it. Listen to your patients. But for your own knowledge, some of the reasons that we would not use a specific arm is if the patient's had a stroke and one side was affected. We don't want that arm. If the patient has an IV on one side, we don't want that arm. If the patient has a dialysis, shunt, or graft in one arm, we don't want that arm. If the patient played Humpty Dumpty and we had to put them back together again and they got plates and screws and rods in an arm, we don't want that arm. If the patient had a mastectomy or breast removal, we don't want that arm on that side. So the next question is, well, what if they had both breasts removed? Is that normal? Who does not normal? Yep. See, there's already a process in place, guys. You don't have to solve the riddle. All we got to do is ask, which arm can I use? Now, if the patient says, I don't care, either one, pick one, we always go for the left. That way, because there is a little bit of a blood pressure difference right and left. And that's all has to do with the size of the blood vessels coming off the heart. So if we have a choice, left is best. If we don't have a choice, listen to your patient. Don't argue with them. Okay. Their feet should be flat on the floor, not cross. Cross of the ankles is okay. It's not really going to affect the blood pressure. Cross of the knees is not okay. It does affect the blood pressure. I don't remember. I don't care. You're not going to remember that. So our process is feet flat on the floor for everybody. That way you don't have to remember. The arms should be supported. Do not take a blood pressure with their arms suspended in midair. all of this muscle action it's taking for me to keep my arm up is affecting my blood pressure. Yep, that arm needs to be supported. Good. All right. Now let's get into your equipment, and then we're going to do some of the activities on page 39. So pull out your stethoscope first. Your stethoscope has a diaphragm and a bell. So here's the diaphragm. This little thing is a bell. You may have two diaphragms, two flat discs, doesn't matter. We want the larger side. We want the larger side. Guys, we're listening to a wave of blood hitting the top of an artery buried under muscle, fat, and tissue. That's not a big sound. We need a big microphone. That's all this is a microphone. This whole thing, though, it turns. This whole thing flips around. You have to tell the stethoscope which side you want to listen to, because only one side is active. So those of you who have double tube stethoscopes, looks like mine, down here on the bar that the metal bar that connects the head of the stethoscope to the tubing, you probably have a flat side. It may have a little dot on it. Your flat side is your on side. Make sure your large diaphragm is facing the same direction as that flat side. Those of you with a single tube stethoscope, like this, if you have a dot, the large diaphragm needs to be facing the same direction as the dot. If you have no dot, like yours, you're going to have to listen, but let me show you how to determine real quick. If you look through here, okay, when I turn it, watch what happens. See how that opens and how that closes. Okay, the open is the open side. So right now, the open is over here, which is where we want it. If it's here, whoops, that means that this is the side you're listening to. So you may want to, when you look through there, you want it to be closed. You got a dot? You got a dot? Okay. Oh, that's okay. I'll let you borrow mine during practice.
Thank you.
Okay. No problem. All right. So I bring that to your attention because when you put this in a case to take it home and you take it back out and you practice with it this weekend, chances are this thing's going to get turned around. You need to know how to check it. So let's go to the earpieces. Oh, let's go to the earpieces. Your ear canals are not straight. If your stethoscope has straight earpieces, this is not going to work for you. You're not going to be able to hear anything. We need to, some of yours are preset. So those of yours that look like this, you're preset. Take a nap for the next 30 seconds. The rest of you, we got to get your stethoscope looking like this. So if you hold at the chin strap, you can move these earpieces. You want them facing slightly curved like this.
I go one way.
Okay, so you're gonna have to turn them just a little bit. Okay. It may not be enough. I'm not sure. Yours are preset.
My mom used it on me.
Okay. There we go. You see yours? Oops, sorry. There you go. Yeah, yours are preset. Yours are good. Good. I am here to help. Yeah, like that. There you go. All right. Now, there is a right and wrong way to put your stethoscope in your ears, and everybody gets it wrong. I don't know why. When you put these in, they have to face away from you. They face forward. They face the patient. When you put them in like this, you're putting them in backwards. I'm going to show you why in a minute. But take your earpieces, make sure they're facing away from you and put them in your ears. And then ever so gently tap your diaphragm. Okay, now take them out. Flip it around. Put it back in. And tap your diaphragm. Okay, put it back in the right way, facing away from you. Try it one more time. Do you see that? We are listening to a wave of blood moving through an artery, buried under muscle, fat, and tissue. If your earpieces are not in the right way, you are never going to pick up the sound. You're going to be listening and go, I don't hear a thing. It's because your earpieces aren't in properly. We sell stethoscopes next door. I have nurses come in all the time. This thing doesn't work. It's broken. I flip it around, try now. It's not necessarily. Not necessarily. You have to be listening through the stethoscope the right way. Otherwise, you're not going to hear anything. And this is going to be so frustrating for you when you go home and you're trying to listen for thunks and none appear. So I want you to make sure that you've got this part down super good. The diaphragm needs to be in the on position, the large diaphragm, and your earpieces need to face away from you. If you've got that down, you've got a much higher chance of getting this down and being able to practice successfully. Okay, good. All right, so now let's move to the blood pressure cuff. This is one size fits most, not one size fits all, one size fits most. So if you open it up, those of you with a professional cuff, you have a white stripe on one side of it. This is your measuring guide. This is going to tell us whether this cuff is going to work for our patient. So can you come up, Joe, right? Joe, can you come up here real quick? If I'm concerned, if I don't know if this cuff is going to fit this patient, I'm going to take this white stripe. I'm going to have him hold his arm out. I'm going to put the cuff underneath his arm about an inch above the elbow and wrap it around. If it wraps more than halfway around his arm, it's too big for him. If it wraps less than a third, if I can't see either edge, it's too small. Okay, so between 1/3 and 1/2 the size of his arm is what it should be. If it's too big, you need to let the nurse know. She needs to get you a smaller cuff. If it's too small, you need to let the nurse know. She needs to get you a bigger cuff. If you take a blood pressure with a cuff that's the wrong size, you're going to get an inaccurate reading. Okay. Now, on the cuff itself, you have a fabric tab. And the back of your gauge has a little clip. If you press down on the bottom of the clip, the top opens. You open your clip and slide it up the fabric tab so that it's securely attached. Guys, these things are super heavy. If you've just got these prongs, if you just kind of have it laying there and you try to put this cuff on or take it off somebody, this thing is going to fall right on their wrist. And those little bones in the wrist are no match for a heavy gauge like this. We shatter about 400 wrists a year. Let's not do that. This thing needs to be securely attached to the cuff when you take it off and put it on. Now below that, you see an artery marking. It says right arm or left arm, could be a line with a circle. Could be some arrows. You got some sort of artery marking. What this is, let me explain to. Okay, so remember we're listening for a wave of blood moving through an artery. We got to be over the artery to hear. If I got a microphone here, you'll hear me fine. If I've got the microphone over here, not so much. We need to have the microphone in the right place, which means we have to find the artery. The artery is not where you think it is. It's not in the middle of your elbow. So what we used to do years ago is we would take a pen, we would find the artery, and then we would put a little X marks the spot. And now I know where to put my stethoscope, right? Your patients probably don't want you marking on them. So now we have this artery marking on our cuff. We just lay the cuff there, find the artery. That mark is kind of like our X marks the spot. Line it up with where the artery is, and now you know exactly where to put your stethoscope. So let's find an artery. If you hold remember you can't use thumb, right? We've learned that. If you hold your arm out, get that elbow popped up. Don't get all lazy on me. Get that elbow popped up straight. Hold your arm out at the fold of the elbow on the pinky side, not in the middle, on the pinky side. 2 fingers, fingertips, 2 fingers, put your thumb on the back. You should feel some thumps under your fingers. If you're in the middle, you're in the wrong spot. It's on the pinky side. It's more to the inside. Everybody find your thumps. Find your thumbs. Find your thumbs. You guys find your thumbs? Find your thumbs.
Finding it and losing it.
Okay. You want to make sure that elbow is really popped out.
Would it be easier on
So
this one because I have a much bigger vein in this one? than this
Nope,
one?
right
No?
here. Oh, you've got a really good one right there. Don't press quite so hard. A little less.
Okay.
You were pressing a little too hard and crimping it. Find it. Find it. Find it. Find somebody else's. Grab a partner. Find somebody else's. Just find an artery. It's all you're doing. You're not taking blood pressure. Find an artery. Get those elbows popped out straight. Get those elbows straight. On the pinky side. There you go. That's a little harder. Got it?
So I don't know.
Okay. So now I want you to find yours one more time. Find yours one more time. Once you have it, keep your fingers there, but relax your elbow. What happened? Yeah, it's gone. You may still be able to feel it a little bit. Depends on how close your artery is to the surface. But if you're trying to find somebody's artery and you can't find it, if their arm isn't fully extended, it's not popped up enough for you to pick it up. You've got to get that arm fully extended. Don't let them get lazy on you. Otherwise, a lot of times you can't feel it because that artery, when your elbow bends, it sinks in. Protective mechanism. So, we don't lose blood. All right. So does that make sense? Good. We do. Yeah. Anytime an elbow is flapping in the wind, we should support it. And you can support it with the underside, with your fingers under or your thumb underneath. Okay. All right. So is everybody with me so far? So what we're going to do here, not on yourselves and not on each other yet. We still have one more step to do, but let me wrap this up for you. We're going to put the cuff on the arm above the elbow. Don't do this on yourself. Just listen, just hear me out. We're going to put lay the cuff along the upper arm. You want to make sure this area is nice and clear though. Don't have the cuff over the fold of the elbow. It's like a microphone. If I've got a microphone here, it's good. If I put my hand over that microphone, what happens? Muffles it, it deadens that sound. When you are taking a blood pressure, if you tuck your stethoscope underneath that cuff, you are deadening that sound. And it's going to be way harder to hear and it's not going to be accurate. You want that cuff to end above where your stethoscope is going to live. Make sense? Okay. So we're going to put the cuff on the arm. We're going to find our artery, line up our artery marking, and secure the cuff so it's snug against the arm. We're going to put our earpieces in so they're facing out. We're going to sandwich that diaphragm against the skin. I mean, we want a really good tight seal, because if any air gets through, all of this sound is going to get through too. So you want to really sandwich that in and block out any external noise. You're going to inflate the cuff to somewhere between 160 and 180. We're going to deflate the cuff and we're going to listen for our first thump. Remember, it's going to be quiet, 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 nothing, 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 thump. Where is that number? Thump, 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 thump. We don't care about those. Where's the last thump? And then we're going to deflate all the way to 0. We're not going to get all excited because we heard thumps. We're going to deflate all the way to 0 because we don't want that hand to reach out and smack us. Okay. Everybody good on the process? All right. Right now, for just a moment, we are going to practice inflating and deflating the cuff to get the mechanics down. So I'm going to pass out some hands. You're going to wrap, those of you who already have some sort of a cylindrical object, wrap your cuff around it. You can actually use your cuff. That's good. Good. Pass that down, please. I'll give you my card. You should be able to use that. Is it squishable? Okay, you should be able to use it. That'll work. Okay, so wrap your cuff around your can or bottle or whatever you got. And you should wrap it around. Let me borrow this for a second. You should wrap it around. When you got this extra flap here, I want you to put it around the back and hold it in your non-dominant hand, because that hand's going to be busy in a minute. Hold it in your non-dominant hand. You want to hold it so the gauge faces you. And then you're going to pick up your bulb and valve assembly and hold it in the palm of your hand with that little silver valve facing you. Righty, tighty, lefty, loosey. So we're going to turn it to the right. If that gauge is, or that valve is facing you, you're going to turn it to the right just until it stops. Don't tighten it. Just until it stops. Then you're going to squeeze the bulb until that needle goes up. And then you're going to open that silver valve to the left ever so slightly. Tiny Thumbelina movements. Okay. Until you get to 0, and then do it again. And again. And again. Remember, your needle should look like a second hand going in reverse. If your needle goes, woo, that's you. If your needle stops, that's you. You got to practice inflating and deflating until that needle gets down slowly and smoothly.
I can't do this.
You can.
Coordination.
And we haven't even put the ears in it yet.
The first time,
Give me a law book. I mean, it's easier.
the first time I heard the dump, I almost cried. I was so excited.
Okay. Practice it a couple times. Up to 160, down to 0. Couple times, and then take your cuff off of your can because we're going to practice on each other.
Wow, I must have had this stuff for like at least 2 years on this guy forever. Finally, I'm like, forget it. I give up. I gave up quick. Isn't it wonderful? Yeah. All right, give me your. Oh, let's play.
Okay, no, not yet, not yet, you're jumping ahead of me. Hold on. Hold on. I need you to bring your chair over here. Bring your blood pressure cup and stethoscope with you. There we go. Okay. Yeah, you don't need your can. So you're going to go ahead and have a seat here. And then I need you to bring your chair here facing that way. And you two are going to work here, but your chair will face that way. I need you to come here, chair facing that way. You guys are going to work together. I'm going to have you bring your chair facing that way. Okay. I'm going to have you bring your chair out here facing that way, please. You two are going to work together. You two are going to work together. Your chair is just going to turn to face that back wall. Okay. I'm going to ask you to come over. Yeah, come over here and work with her. I should have done that. And then you guys are going to work here. You're going to bring a chair over here facing that way. Okay. You're going to work. No, you're good. So you're going to work with her. So now you guys are in teams of 2. You're going to take her blood pressure. When you're done, it's okay. Do you have a reason we can't use your right arm? Okay. Because in here we're limited on space. So you're going to take her blood pressure. You're going to try once. And then she's going to take yours. Okay, guys, listen. I have broken you up into teams of 2. You are going to take your partner's blood pressure once. Do not get stuck. They are going to take your blood pressure once. Do not get stuck. And then you're going to change partners. Take another group, change partners. I need you to take blood pressures on at least 2 people in the next 8 minutes. Go. I want you to use your stethoscope. I want you to listen. See if you can hear thump. Wrong way. All of your steps, guys, right here. All of your steps are right here. Yep. You're going to want your stethoscope in and be listening. So we're going to, let me see that real quick. I want to pull this up so that, I'm sorry, Joe.
No, you're good.
Pull this up a little bit because we want a clear area here. Okay. There you go. Put your stethoscope there, put your earpieces in your ear, and then inflate. Don't let your needle stop.
Oh.
That's all it's like.
It's better. It's better if you hold it like this rather than like this. So, did you hear thumps? You didn't hear any thumps? Okay, let me help you. So one of the reasons maybe this is a little too loose. So put your stethoscope here. I'll control this part. Put your stethoscope here. And listen. Not hearing any thumps at all? Should be. Okay, let's try a different patient because it may be hers just, it just may be very difficult to hear. Yeah. Yep, trade partners.
I was practicing on my mom was passing this record.
Okay,
I kind of know this. Oh my god.
very good. Don't let your needle stop. Keep opening, keep opening.
Oh, keep open.
Yep. See how that needle stopped? We don't want it to stop. Keep opening. Not that quick, little by little. Yep. So when you're doing this, watch this needle and watch my hand, okay? See how I'm opening it a little bit? As it starts to slow down, I open a little more. When it slows down, I open a little more. See how I don't let that needle stop?
Right.
That's what we're looking for. Go ahead and switch partners because you're almost out of time. You're not hearing anything? Okay, let me help you here. Take that out for 1 second. Are they in properly? Yep, they are. Okay. All right. Hers may just be difficult to hear. That's why I want you to have multiple partners. So let's try it one more time. Is your arm okay? Oh, okay. This is part of the problem. Right. Sorry, I don't want to. We want this on snug. So it was already half inflated. It wasn't very snug.
That makes sense.
So we're going to put this on like this. And we're really going to snug that up. Okay, put your stethoscope here. And listen, and I'll take care of this part. Really squish that in there. You hear thumps?
Yeah, I
Good.
was watching it.
Yeah.
Just see
So
that.
today, all I care about is whether you hear thumps. It's all I care about is whether you hear thumps. Not hearing anything? Okay. So we're going to put this here. Earpieces. Make sure you sandwich that down pretty good. Because if it doesn't have a good tight seal, you're probably not going to hear it. You shouldn't hear anything yet.
Yeah, when I was watching it, I could see it kind of
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
off a little bit. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, but you heard thumps.
Yeah.
Okay,
I heard one too.
good. All right, guys, go ahead and resume your seats. Sorry.
You're still here? Oh my. Well, you're my friend. That's my friend.
What's that? You need one more hand. Yeah, you need one more hand. All right, real quick. I know I'm over time. I'm trying to hurry here, guys. Real quick. Notice that nothing I said when I taught you blood pressure, absolutely nothing, was about watching the needle for ticks. Did not even touch on that, did I? Blood pressure has nothing to do with that. Yep, you're listening for the thumps, it's not what you see, it's what you hear. All that is, when you see that needle tick, it's another wave joining the party. Has nothing to do with blood pressure. Just means the heartbeat one more time. Another wave joining the party. It's not the blood pressure. So don't pay attention to what you're seeing with ticks. It's what you're hearing that we're reporting.
That's my mistake. So that's why I messed up a couple times.
Yeah, and it's very common, very common. It's not what we see, it's what we hear. Okay, do you guys have a vague idea of how to do a blood pressure?
Yes.
Very vague.
But I heard him thump.
Good. Did everyone hear at least one good set of thumps?
Yes.
Do you know what you're listening for? Practice is the name of the game now. You're going to have to practice this. There's no way around it. So you need to practice on as many people as you can. Well, then that means the blood pressure is over 0. And it does happen. Does happen. Rare, but it does happen.
You'll find someone.
Okay.
Okay, oh, no, okay, yeah, 2 questions, right? I don't really have too many people to practice on until the weekend. Can I try myself one?
You can, but you need one more hand because you can't
Yeah.
pump and hold.
Right,
And the arm that's getting the blood pressure can't do anything. Otherwise, it's going to affect the blood pressure. So that it makes it very difficult to take your own. I mean, it can be done, but it's very difficult.
I that had did have a stroke. Would I be able to
On the
practice
non-affected arm,
So that would be,
whatever arm wasn't affected by the stroke.
okay.
All right, here are your review sheets.
And here's my job. He says,
Here's your review sheets.
hey, I'm good, how are you?
Take one and pass it down.
Was on.
Thank you. Take one and pass it down, please. Thank you. Take one
Well,
and pass
yeah,
it down.
I'm in class right now, so the second I'm going to walk out, I'm going straight to her anyway. Thank you.
All right, guys. Any final questions? Please remember you have chapter 4 homework. Chapter 4, it is unnecessarily complex. Do not worry about what body systems are affected by what diseases. That is not on the test. Read it, get familiar with it, pay attention to changes of aging, but I'll recap it on Wednesday. Okay?
Thank you. Awesome class. Thank you.
Oh,
Ciao.
yeah, I have to print one.
Okay.
No, it's okay. I got it. Thanks. I'm actually going to go over all of that on Wednesday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Wednesday we go over state test applications. I talked to you about background check, tell you where to go to get it. If you register when I give you the applications, when we go over everything, you'll be testing about a week or 2 after graduation, which is perfect timing. Okay, not so close that you freak out because you didn't have any time to practice, but not so far away that you start to forget. So that's why I've got it scheduled for Wednesday of the second week. Okay,
thank you.
you're welcome.
Don't rush me.
I can try an iCloud. Yeah. Come on over to Mike.
Sorry. Let me go use the bathroom. Okay. And then when you're done, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, hold on one second here.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, no, 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 no. I'm so sorry. I'm Thank you. You're very welcome. Can I call, can I find out? Let me go here. I gotta call you that.
Oh, I didn't.
Thank you too. My turn too. I don't need to. First day of class, when you did the sheet, you passed them out. Yeah. Okay. Email, the only email I'm not going to use, email on it's you, like that to last things. So let's look because first had a typo. But you only registered, right, you can, yeah. I think I changed the one. I tried to like go on the website, and get stuff, and it doesn't very deep. So. Yeah, and what happened here is that for this. What does it mean? It looks like you sent on our website. September 28th. Because I didn't know anything about it until October 31st. I know what that is. Okay, remember when I came in class and you had two books for us? One was Spiral Bound and the other was the Blue Book. I already had this book because my friend purchased it for me. So I gave you that book, right? So my question is on that is, do I get a credit? Or do I get a new book? I got the book. Yeah. I don't know which. Okay, so I mean, I don't know how, I mean, I know she bought it here, yeah. Additional merchandise or something, or? Yeah, I think, I mean, you're. Oh, yeah, no, I just, I'm not set up to give your ones, right, on, you know, the class. Right. Think about it, it's no rush. Yeah, I mean, I've written all in my book. I mean, I'm a writer, I love my books. I get everything in my book. Sleep good, so wake up. Yeah. So, but yes, I will do something for you. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know whether it'll be a store credit or whether it'll be a merchandise credit for your seat, because they run separate. So I have to figure that part out. Okay. But yes, I will absolutely do something. Yeah, I appreciate that. Then so, yeah, I've never been able to assess anything. Whoever that applied for eBook, don't know what that is. Okay. Yeah, and it may just have been a tag that was because I had to change your name. Yeah. It may have just applied a tag. I mean, my brother is, do you know Soraya? Soraya, that's who this is from. She bought it while she was taking the class for me. She knew I wanted to do this. And then I hadn't committed yet. Then they came up here and signed me up. Oh. And I'm like, oh, it's great. I need here, I'm gonna physical therapy. Oh my God. So I'm like, really the best time for me, because I've been here under oxycodone. And you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. And and then I get so please you can't see oxycodone. So today would be good. But if you can figure out why I can't log in, so I want, I'm gonna send you those emails in just a minute. Thank you. If you could, reply. Yes. Because you're gonna get, 3 emails. Just reply saying got it. Okay. Something. Okay. That way I know that you did get it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it was fun. In fact, one of the things I bought, I do my own flashcards anyway. So I bought the flashcards. I go, oh, so this lady that's sitting here, this Denise lady,
Yep.
I'm giving her.
Oh.
She gave me the impression she did.
Oh,
So I just wanted to know, you see,
That's awesome.
yeah,